Right, I think it's all working. Okay. How's it going? If you're watching, drop by the chat and say hello, so I know who's here. There's a Edison was there half an hour ago. Whether they're still there, I don't know. It's a very quiet start today. Normally I've got 5,000 people already waiting before I even start. Ian's here, David, great. I don't know, this YouTube analytics view has changed for the live stream, and it looks different. I'm not sure it's actually right. Well, I don't know, anyway, it seems to be showing something now, but before it's showing 0, I was thinking there's no one there. Anyway, I suppose I'll just get some light coming from the side here. So the daytime is starting. It's morning here after all. So, I've got many potential things we can look at today. Some I don't probably want to do, but I'll have to do a poll shortly once everyone's had a chance to turn up. And I did an auction score. I was watching a local auction site, well, fairly local, it's still like an hour's drive away. And I've been watching it for weeks and weeks, or probably months actually. And I think I found them because I saw a piece of test gear listed on there in a Google search result, and that's how I discovered this site. And well, it's actually an auction house, I suppose. And I've been watching for ages, and suddenly this test gear popped up on there. There's lots of little bits of gear, and so I got a whole bunch of test gear for $600, which is quite good. So we can look at some of that. I did do a community post on the channel to show those items. Shoved in a bit of the car. A couple of big original HP travel cases as well. One's massive, it's huge. I think a 3458A will fit in that. I haven't tried yet, but well, it's just an empty case. At least I think it is. It's heavy. I don't think there's anything in it. It was sold as an empty box, so I don't know. Never know. It's pretty heavy. And I've got that, and I've got some HP 3500As. Got 2 more of them. I've already have 2. Didn't need them, but I thought, well, you know, I got them for like $30 each or something. And then what else have I got? I've got a Marconi signal generator, 2019, and I've got 2 high power resistance, well, decade resistors things. I've forgotten what the brand is now. Begins with a C. I was actually watching those on eBay. There's one on eBay I was watching, and that was like $600 on eBay for one. And then these auctions popped up. It's like, that's actually what I'm watching on eBay, is one of them. And yeah, I got 2 of them as well. I thought I only need one, right? But although you always need a spare, don't you? And I thought, well, if I get one and that's faulty, I'm going to be annoyed. So I'll get them both, because at least then I've got spares. You know, that's my thinking anyway, just in case one was faulty. So I've got that, and then that's the other thing. I've got another Boonton 4200 RF power meter in its box, complete with all the accessories. I haven't actually dug through that yet. The box is still even shut. I haven't even looked at it properly yet. I've just picked it all up, and picked it up a few days ago and just put it down in the other room. I haven't got room in here for all this stuff. And what's the other thing I've got? A HP 8900C. It's a peak power meter. Now the only thing was, I got that for like $30, right? But the annoying thing was, there was actually a probe available as well on the auction site for that meter, and they sold them independently. And someone was bidding against me for the probe, and I didn't want to pay that much for it because I don't really have a use for it. I think it was like 100 megahertz to 18 gigahertz or something like that, and I wasn't really that committed to it. I was thinking, if it's cheap, I'll grab it, you know. just a thing to tinker with. So I'd already won the meter early in the auction because it's going through in time. It goes from one item to the next. And so I'd already won the meter, but then I got later on to the probe and someone was bidding against me and it got up to like $150. I was like, nah, I'm not that committed to it. And then I just let the other guy have it. So I don't have a probe for the meter. I maybe should have, in hindsight, carried on and just pushed a bit harder for it. So at least we've got a complete unit. I mean, the probes are still worth a lot more money than that. I actually had a look on eBay yesterday, and you're looking like $500, and that might be for a 41. You know, we just don't know. But I don't know what condition this is in. But it's inside case and everything. So, you know, I probably should have pushed a bit harder and got that one. My chat is doing very little. Are you guys talking, or is it frozen, or what? I know it's frozen in the past. Someone say something so I can see if it updates. Here we go. Right. Well, the money I could have saved. Yeah, if eBay didn't exist, I probably wouldn't have a YouTube channel, to be honest. Because, you know, most of the content for my channel is things I've purchased on eBay. You know, and like the mailbag stuff was kind of a spin-off from that. Usually, you know, buying bits and pieces to go along with the stuff I bought off eBay. So, you know, I don't know, was it half my content is for eBay stuff? The channel would be a very different format. It certainly wouldn't be as much focused on repairs. It'd be more about things I bought this week or some random things that come up occasionally. It'd be far more sporadic. So, local stock is, you know, trying to get stuff locally is hard. You know, I watch occasionally and just, not always, but I look around, it's like, nah, nothing around. So, yeah, it's not really a big community in this country, I don't think. So, it's a bit more challenging. It's not like some other places where it's like abundant and you just go anywhere, go to a car boot sale or something like a garage sale and, oh, look, there's some stuff. Or you got shops dedicated to it and you're like, nah. There used to be a place which was really good called Surplus Tronics that was up in Auckland. And I absolutely loved going there because it used to be all these electronic components, you know, bins and bins of it, and you could grab a handful of these things for hardly anything. You know, it's cheap. You know, you could buy handfuls of switches for very little money. And no, I'd go there and I'd spend $500 on parts, just browsing. You know, oh, that'd be useful. And I find all sorts of cool things, and I found some nice bits of gear from there. But they kind of moved away from that. They went into doing music stuff. So they're more about audio now. I don't really do the electronics so much. I do a little bit, but not the same as it used to be. I think as time goes by as well, things are going to get harder and harder to find. Because, you know, as people like us die off, there's not really the people replacing us with the same kind of nostalgia for the gear, I suppose. Is it nostalgia? Is that the right word? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. Same interest in electronics, because very few people these days will be getting into it, at least in the same format. You know, the actual technology has changed so much now that it's all microcontrollers and things like that, and that's not really the same stuff as I'm doing, is it? You know? And the test gear you buy now, is that still going to work in 20 years' time? Probably not. Is it going to be repairable in 20 years' time? Probably not. You're still waiting for YouTube to notify you. Yeah. YouTube doesn't notify me about other people's live streams. It only notifies me about my own live stream, which is kind of pointless. It used to do it, but it doesn't anymore. Anyway. So anyway, I've got those bits of test gear, like the auction score stuff, which I could go through with you. And I haven't tried any of it out. I've got no idea what condition it is. They may work. They may be broken. I've got absolutely no idea. So we could look at some of those bits today. And just go through it. Maybe not do repairs. maybe just look at them and try them out and see what's wrong with them. Maybe do that. I also got a Keithley 195A multimeter sitting here, which I've had sitting here for 6 months, and I haven't even turned it on yet. That needs repair. I think it's got bad caps in it, I think, actually. So that needs sorting out. I really need to get rid of that. I need to get this room emptied out. This has got too much stuff in it right now. You get notifications, that's good. Not everyone does. Some people still do, some don't. I don't know what the rationale there is from YouTube. I don't understand it. It's not consistent. I've got a Keithley 2002 sitting there, which I haven't spent much time on that one yet. A digit multimeter. I've already fully recapped that. I'm doing video now, obviously, but that's still not working completely. It kind of works. There will be video on that. But I kind of don't want to spoil it. It partially works. Let's just leave it at that. And that needs some repairs still to keep it going or get it working, so it passes self-test, stuff like that. I haven't spent much time on that yet. I've only spent probably a couple of hours on it. Do I still use my PasteBin app? PasteBin. PartsBin, yes. PartsBin, yes. mypartsbin.co.nz. Was it .com? I can't remember now. One of them. My PartsBin. Yeah, I do use that. I have to. That's why I built it. Oh, I've got an email. Oh, that's EU blog, that's right. You didn't get a notification, but then it's not turned on. Well, you know, there's that aspect. It probably won't work if you don't have it turned on. What else have I got here? Got the Keithley 237, the SMU I've been working on. That's still not finished. I started that in February, but I've been so busy, I just haven't had enough time to finish it. I haven't touched it in a month. So the videos you're seeing I recorded basically 2 months ago. And I've got 3 more videos already edited, ready to go. And I'm hoping the last video, like the 4th one, will be the one where I'm actually fixing it finally, the actual final repair and the final issues sorted out. I've already got a bunch of footage on that. I don't know how that's going to turn out. I'm not going to edit that one until I finalise the repair, basically. So, yeah, that's potentially something we could look at, but I'm not. It's probably a bit complicated. Yeah, I don't really want to do that on there because it's a big bulky thing too, and it's not exactly easy to work on. So, I probably won't do that in live stream. What's the other thing I've got here? I've got something else. Oh yeah, the HP 3458A, my second unit. That's got the bad A3 board, which I swapped out of my other unit. So I've got 2 3458As now. You may have noticed that from the live streams, from the mailbags. And I used the good A3 board at the second unit and put it in my first unit. So I've got one working unit which is actually pretty accurate. It's pretty good from what I can tell. So I'm happy with that one. And because apparently you can actually swap boards around, it doesn't really affect the accuracy too much. It's only linearity, it might change slightly. Yeah, the 237's been a challenge. A big chunk of that is me trying to understand the circuitry and get like the whole fact it's a closed loop system and trying to break it down into chunks and get my head around which bits are working, which bits are causing it to look like it's not working, you know, and that sort of stuff. It's a bit of a problem that way, problem with closed loop systems. So yeah, it's been a challenge. I've got it mostly working. It's 99% there. Well, probably 95% there. It's mostly working. That's the point I'm at now. So I do get there, but it's got 1 to 2 faults left, which may be the same problem causing it. So yeah, that's where it's sitting right now. So yeah, once I get that last little problem sorted out, it will be done. And then of course the calibration will need doing because I've changed so much. Is definitely out of whack slightly. Not much. It's not quite right. So it does need calibrating, but I believe you have to do that over GPIB, and I also believe that can be problematic. So yeah, that could be a video in itself. Especially as I don't really use GPIB much. You know, I've done it a little bit, but not much. It's not really something I tend to do. I don't need to automate stuff generally. So we'll see how we go with that. Yeah, that's definitely better change, that bloody 237. It's been good. I mean, I got money's worth out of it. Well, kind of. I've probably spent more on parts than I have on the actual unit. You know, you see me doing these DigiKey orders. You see me doing that. And yeah, I've spent thousands with DigiKey. Not all for this unit, but I've been getting like I needed a few parts for it, and then I've had to build the order up to get free postage, and then I think, oh, those other parts could be useful, and you know. But I think the actual parts I purchased, because some of them are also quite hard to get. They're very rare. Some of those parts you can't really get anymore, and so I had to do it from different places. Also, the what was the other place I purchased from? Not DigiKit, is another place which is rare parts. I've forgotten the name. Quest. There we go. They've got a box behind me. Quest components. So yeah, that was expensive too. But they had parts which you couldn't otherwise get. So well, not very easily get. There's very few places you get some of those parts from. So yeah, Quest, exactly, David. Well done. The so that's been expensive. I mean, the actual unit itself, I think I paid $1,300 for it or something, New Zealand. Or was it more than that? I can't remember. Don't know exactly what I paid for it, but it was. I've definitely paid more in parts in order to fix that unit. So if I'd bought a different unit, which didn't have the fault, for probably $300 more, it would have been cheaper. But it would be no good for videos, because it must be a recapping series, and it's like, recapping. There's only so much recapping you can do before people get bored with it. Exactly, I was buying more parts I need, so I might need one part and I buy 10 or 20 or something, whatever the price break is to get a better deal. Depends on the parts. Obviously, some parts are rare and I don't get many of them because they're expensive. And you don't really get a price break unless you get like 100 of them or something. And you know, it's just silly to do that. But yeah, so it's been good. I've been enjoying it. You know, it's been challenging. I do like a challenging repair from time to time. You don't want them all like that. You want to have a breaks, and you want to get some easy ones occasionally. But this one's been a challenge, and I do like challenging ones. You know, so it makes for good videos as far as, you know, maybe not so much exciting videos, more of a case of good reference material. So if someone else has got one of these units and they're trying to repair it, then there's lots of information there which might help them to do that. You know, so I know that some people will edit their videos right down, like Siglent, for example. He'll really edit his right down and take away a lot of the work, as it were. And he'll just say, like, this is the problem I identified, and I did the repair, and now it's working, right? So he really makes it really concise to make a nice consumable video, I suppose. Whereas I will show the detail, and I show detail because the reason I do videos is to help people fix stuff. And if you've got a video which just says, "Oh, I had this problem, I did this, and I fixed it," that may not help everyone. So I include all the detail in there, which means the videos are longer. They can be, you know, long-winded, I suppose. But I'm trying to include all the detail in there to help people. You know, the idea is that there might be some clues in there which someone doesn't have exactly the same problem, but they might have something related to that. And the information there might be like voltage measurements or a troubleshooting technique. That's the main thing I'm looking at, is the troubleshooting techniques, right? You know, how do you find the problem? And so I'm doing that to try and help people out. You know, that's the idea of it. So, you know, if I just cut all that stuff out, half the reason we're doing YouTube wouldn't even exist. entertainment's in a journey. Well, yeah, I suppose. I mean, it's nice to get from saying a piece of equipment you've got no understanding of, no knowledge of, don't know how it works, don't even know how to use it, to something which I understand how it works and I know how to use it, mostly, without reading the manual. Of course, you can only learn so much without reading the manual. You don't read the manuals. Only the circuit diagrams. Yeah, I suppose so. I suppose they are good for electronics repairs. Those trying to learn it, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, that's the point of my video. I created the channel to do repairs, to help people which have the same problems. Right? That's why I started the channel. I thought, I've got these things I do. I thought, I could share what I do, and maybe there's information there which will help other people fix their equipment. And that's why I started it. So, I mean, I'm not a professional. I'm just a hobbyist. I think it shows, but yeah, only Lisa's read manuals. You don't read manuals. You don't read the manual. Unless you don't understand how to use something, then maybe you should read the manual. Sometimes there's subtleties where you have to go and read the manual. Even I've had to do it. I like to try and use equipment without reading the manual. Certainly for a period of time, I like to try and figure it out, and because I tend to remember it far better if I learn it that way. If I figure out how it works myself, I remember it. If I read a book, I might have the book with me. I can use it right then and there. The following day, I can't do it again. It doesn't stick. So to me, the way I learn is by doing. Yeah, and you retired but didn't. Your work just changed, eh? So, you should use Copilot and make your work not fix anything. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Maybe, I don't know. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, the other reason I did like all the other kind of content to channel, the actual like the mailbags and reviews stuff. The reviews because it means I get free stuff, right? I'll get bits of test gear and things to tinker with and things which can be useful without paying for it. That's the reason I do reviews. And that's motivation for doing that. Otherwise, I couldn't really care less about the latest fancy thing, right? But sometimes the gears could have for use, maybe, or it might help someone else out that's trying to make a decision, but we're not going to buy one. Maybe it's worth buying, maybe it's not. I let people make that decision themselves based on what the video I've made. I don't push it either way. I just say, this is the product as I found it. I try to keep quite neutral. I know I've had lots of comments in the past that says, "Oh, you get it for free, so you buy it." It's like, I'm really not. I couldn't care less if they think it was any good or not. If it's no good, if I don't like something, I'll say so. If I don't like aspects of it, but other parts are okay, I'll say that. Generally, I mean, you guys have probably seen it anyway. You get the idea. So I'm not consciously biased anyway. If I get something for free, it doesn't mean I'm going to give the company a good review just because I got it for free. I'll take it at face value, and I'll just present it to you as I find it. That's basically how it is. What's the state pension age? 65. Not there yet. I may be looking quite old, but I'm not there yet. Now grey hair is getting quite bad these days. Actually, it's more grey hair. It's more hair. There's more hair here than there's here right now. Anyway, yeah. So, yeah, the motivation to do the channel is to share what I'm doing and to try and help people to fix their stuff. And to do that, I show everything. So, but I mean, obviously, it's a messier video format. It's not as nice and streamlined and pretty, I suppose. But I want to show everything. Simple as that. You have to wait till 67. Alright. When they are talking about increasing it, as they always do, they'll probably increase it by 2 years every 2 years, so I never quite get there. You know, probably work until I'm 103 or something. No. Anyway, that's fine. So, we need to work on something. We need to do something apart from sitting here waffling. It's alright catching up a little bit, but we need to actually do some stuff. So, I need to do a poll, and we'll look at what the poll says. Start a poll. What are we going to look at? Ask a question. What to work on? How's that? I won't invite. My capitalizations are rubbish. I should probably tidy it up just to be proper. Right. I don't want to get into the Marconi 2019. I don't want to get into that. That's a bit bulky on the desk there, and it can be quite a complicated device. And I've got to be really careful about that one because it's the same one with it. So I don't want to get into that one in the stream. What else have I got? What else have I got? I've got the Boonton. Should I put in here what they actually are? In case people don't actually know what they are. Okay, what else have we got? I've got some. I can't remember what the brand name is now. I need to go and quickly look at eBay because it's still showing up on my eBay as the one which I was looking at before. I think it's still suggested to me. There it is. Clarostat. Clarostat 240C. That's right. Now these will also be videos, obviously for normal videos as well, because I did this auction score. Some of them don't sound very exciting. I've got too many characters in here. I do have too many characters in there. Oh, come on. What else have we got? Keith Lee. And I've only got 4 options. It's only 4 options, so I'd actually add more. Okay, well that's 4 things. Well actually 6 things we could potentially look at. That should be enough, shouldn't it? So, put your votes in. What wins is what we'll look at. Yeah, so, whilst we wait. So, as I said before, I've got those 2 HP 3408s. AC multimeters, well, AC voltmeters. And I didn't need them, but I thought, well, they're cheap. You know, it's just silly not to get them because they can still make videos using them, you know, and you know, fixing them up, whatever. And it's cheap content, so well, relatively cheap content. So that's why I got them, even though I already have 2, which I don't use. So I've now got 4. Don't know what I'm going to do with 4 80 multimeters. Yeah, I suppose the usage is that they're wide bandwidth. I think they go up to like 10 megahertz or something like that. So, something like that. It's something ridiculous. Maybe it's 1 megahertz. I can't remember. But they, yeah, that's the benefit of those, is that they're wide bandwidth. So that's why we paired 2 of them. I also designed that board for them, didn't I? The chopper board, a replacement board. Well, I didn't really design it. I took HP's design and recreated it. It's probably more accurate. I made my own board using HP's design. I tweaked a couple of things on it, just changed a couple of things, just to suit some modern components, but not everything. I kept the fundamentals the same. There's probably better ways of doing it these days without the same componentry, which I didn't bother. I didn't want to redesign the whole thing. I'm not an engineer after all. I just fix stuff, so it's not my talents. So yeah, so I've got 2 more. So I've got 4 of the things now. I don't know what I'm going to do with 4 of them. I only really need 1. And sometimes 2 is okay because you need a spare, right? You always need a spare. So so if one fails, at least you've got another one, which you can use as a comparison to help you fix the first one, if the first one's not an obvious fault. Right? You can do voltage measurements, comparisons, and things like that. It's great as a test bed. So you've got 2 side by side. You can go from one to the other. I've had to do that in the past on some equipment. I can't remember what it was now, ages ago, but you can do that, and it's a valid way of doing testing. It's a nice way of tracking down where a fault may be or what path the fault may be in. So having 2 is justifiable. So if one does fail, at least your chance of fixing it are higher. And sometimes the thing that fails is the thing you need to fix the thing you failed. So that also happens too. Tuna and cucumber sandwich. Tuna and cucumber. Now you may be hungry. I've had tuna and cucumber in ages and I really like it. Damn it. Dave. I don't know if you can hear the cat. He wants to come in. Problem is, this room's really cramped right now. I've got too much stuff in it. I can't really be tripping over a cat at the same time. Fluke 8846A having 2 really helped with no schematics. Yeah, definitely. 8846A. Isn't that the more modern version? I think I looked it up now. Yeah, but having 2 side by side definitely, it means you can compare. Now I think I looked this up. What is that one? Is that the one I'm thinking of? It is. Yeah. Right. I'll just let the cat in for a minute. He can hear me, so he wants to come and say hello. Come on. Come on. I've got the door shut to keep you out. Come on. This is Tom. You've probably heard him a few times in the videos, and you may have even seen him once or twice. He's a big boy. Very noisy boy. Come here. Come on. So I can get you to sit in this chair for a bit. If I've got my test gear out of the way so you can actually pull the chair out. Yeah. Like I said, I've got no room in here right now. Everything's just a mess. Right, get out of the way. I'm just trying to make some room so I can pull the chair out so I can give the cat a chair to sit on. Because he will actually settle down and sit down quietly on this chair. Come here. It depends if he wants to or not. Come on. I'm hoping it means he won't be sitting outside the door meowing all the whole time. Just see how it goes. I don't think it's going to work. He's going to sit on my lap instead. Yes, he is. No, come on. Right. Cat tax. I have a chair out for you, everything. Doesn't care. He wants to be here. Right, how's the poll going? So, well, it's a toss up between 2 devices, 3400 and 195A. Okay, neck and neck. Nobody wants to look at the resistors. And that's the easiest thing to look at. I can't understand why. It's not particularly challenging, is it? It's a resistor bank, but These things are beefy. Let's see if I'm changing minds. Hold on. It's just ow. Get off my leg. Get your claws out. Come here. Let's just pull this one up. Hold on. Let's just show you this. Give me a second. I need to get this where you can see it. It's the top screen. There it is. These things. So this one's actually far worse condition. Right, this is in really bad condition compared to the ones I picked up. And it's $666. There's a omen in there. Omen, come on, cat, just lay down. Jesus, just. I'll kick her back out again. So yeah, that's what I picked up. Is that, well, 2 of those for less than the price of that one. So, Kitty Soldier Show certainly does. So yeah, but I don't know. These are beefy things. They can do quite a bit of power. Depends which particular decade you're using, for example, but that's why I got them. Because it's better than the standard little small ones. Obviously the precision might be quite the same, but if you need to run a power resistor to do testing rather than a standard resistor, which I've had issues with in the past, you want something like this. So yeah, that's why I decided to get one. In fact, I was lucky enough to get 2 for less than I would have paid on eBay. So that is brilliant. Yeah, decent, aren't they? They're not small, which is why I wanted one, because there's been times when I've needed to dump power and I've had to try and hold together some kind of power resistor setup using some big ceramic resistors and, you know, chuck a whole bunch of them in parallel and things like that and try and get values close to what I wanted. And it's been a nightmare, right? So yeah, so having that is good. But nobody wants to look at it, so I guess you'll never know. Well, right now the Keithy 195 is winning. Hey Rob. Are you going to settle down, cat? I mean, not on me. I was on your new Tom shirt yesterday, another shirt, new one, and it says, Tom says you're wrong. He's very opinionated, this cat, when he's in here while I'm trying to fix things. Although the picture I put on front of it, I grabbed a bit of clip art off off Google and modified it a little bit. It wasn't quite right, because this cat's got a white front on it, and it's just a black cat, so it's not exactly quite right. But come here, sit on the chair. I wasn't going to kick you out. Sit there. Lay down. No, stay there. Stay. Okay, you're going back outside. You're not going to settle down and get out. Come on. Steady, Jones. No. No, the ginger cat's come to hassle him. This is going to be a disaster. Get on. Let me go and rescue this cat. Give me a minute. Okay. There you go. That's right. Got the 2 ginger cats. And then we got Tom. And one ginger cat really doesn't like him. So they tend to fight a bit. So I'll try and keep them separated. Okay, so what are we at now? I think I might close the poll off. I've only had 10 votes. There's apparently 20 people watching, only 10 people have voted. Cats can be worse than kids. They're not even my cats. They're not mine. They're stepson's cats. They brought them here and then they went away again. Left the cats behind. So, 10 votes. Nobody else is going to vote before I close it. Now, Cowboys again. For Liverpool, right. Going to close the voting off. We've got 10. There's only 10 votes so far. So at this point, the Keysight 195 wins it. Okay, closing it. And nobody wants to look at the resistance. Okay, right, let's get the Keysight 195 out. Just sitting right here. I mean, it's a good thing we're going to look at this because I've had the thing sitting here now for, well, since I think it was November, December around there I got it. So I've had it for a while. So I'll put this back out of the way so I don't get damaged. See, it's 2002. Like I said, right now this room's cramped. I've still got these laptops sitting here, which I've had, I don't know, about a year now. I'm still trying to sell some of them. Because they're old laptops now, they're older versions, so not the most cutting edge modern ones. They're okay for basic stuff, but some are better than others. And yeah, I've still got some left to repair yet. Actually, I think I've got 3 left to repair. Yeah, the rest have all fixed. I've done some videos on them, published some. I've got a few more left to do actually. How many have I got left to do? Got 2 videos left to edit and publish, so we'll get around to that one day. They're queued up. Don't like to do MacBook stuff too much because people don't really have that much interest in it generally. So I tend to just do them occasionally just to break things up. Yeah, anyway, so we are going to look at that thing. Actually, it's change of views. Which one do I want? I want... It's not the best view, is it? Let's turn the other camera on. Get it woken up. I need some better lighting. Did I push the right button on the camera? I don't think I did. Can't see what buttons I'm pushing. That one. When the actually thing turns on, that'll be that one. That's the one I want. Okay. That's what we're going to look at. It's that thing. It's zoomed in a long way. Not the other way. So, this, I don't remember if I powered it up or not. I may have powered it up, I can't remember. But I'm sure it's got leaking caps in there, so we needed to pull it apart completely and recap it. And then we'll see if it works and see how accurate it is, I suppose. I don't know, we can fully test it for accuracy because obviously it's got a warm-up period. I should probably turn my 7510 on as well. I probably need that for doing checking. I think it's, what's it? How many digits was that thing? Was it 5.5 digit? Or 6.5 digit? It's got exponents on it, I think. Yeah, something special about it. I can't remember exactly what it was now. It's like months ago when I got the thing. 6 months I had it sitting there waiting for me to get around to it. In the project pile. But at least if I can get this thing done today, that'd be nice. If I can get it done today, I'll be happy because that's one less thing in this room. Because once I've done it and refurbished it, I'll put it in my other room with all my other Keysight bits of gear. And just have it there for the times I may need to get it out. Like I got out the Keysight 220 current source a couple of days ago. I used that for a review I was doing, which you'll see this week on Wednesday. I did a product review, and I got the T20 out to do some comparative checks. So just as a verification process more than anything else. I could have used it in a different way, but I just did it for that. So anyway. Right, let's go back to the desk. No, I want that one. HDMI, I want that one. And we'll look at this thing. Now, I do actually have a manual here for it. Whether we need to get it out or not, I don't know. So, let's get stuck into this. Now, we've got the microphone set up. Hopefully, you'll hear me okay over here. I know you guys have complained in the past about audio when I'm sitting over at this desk. So let's try and get some better shots for this. Now, I don't have my tablet turned on, which I need to see what the chat's doing. I'm a bit out of practice. Let's get this over here. It's crammed in there. There you get this thing going. I might actually, didn't I have problems with this one? I had to use my iPad. I did. I had problems with this one before, didn't I? Let's put that back for now. Go and get your iPad. If I remember where to put it. Let me go get the iPad. I'll be back in a second. Leave my soldering iron where it is, Ian. Alright, found it. At least that's something. Managed to keep the cats from coming in at the same time. Alright. Let's get some food up. And come on, connect to the internet. It's really dusty. Get a bit of clean off. Says no internet connection. Come on. Seriously? Okay, we get there. Should have been able to do this before, shouldn't I? Would have been far better. I've got to go to my channel. It's always a bit of a rigmarole going through trying to find all the chat. Okay. Come on, load up. Well, it's just taking ages. Just thinking about it, thinking about it, thinking about it. Oh, there we go. Alright. All I want is the chat. Okay. And I want to put it the other way up so I can plug a charger in. Okay, now I've got chat. See, I knew it. He said still my soldering iron again. Why is it doing top chat? I hate using top chat. Jesus, this is giving me all of the messages. I don't want to see the top one. What YouTube thinks the top ones are. No, I want to see everything. Alright. Okay. Now I need to record video on this as well as working on it. I've already converted to 240 volt, looks like. Maybe as a precautionary measure. It's got a front rear switch on there. Front rear switch on the rear. They could catch something out. Right. Now, when I did this last time, I made a mistake with footage because I've turned off the on-screen stuff on the HDMI output. normally I'm looking at the monitor I've got sitting over there, which is like a big view, so I can see what the camera can see more clearly rather than using the LCD. And one of the things I look for is the recording light on that thing. And because I've turned off the HDMI outputs on screen stuff, I can't see it anymore. So I have to rely on checking the LCD screen, and it's not easy to see that on there. It's quite small. So hopefully I don't make any mistakes this time. Right, let's record some video on this. Right, today I'm looking at this thing here, the Keysight 195A digital voltmeter. Well, digital multimeter really, but I've had this sitting here for a while. You can tell by the amount of dust that's sitting on it. And I think I actually did get it wiped down when I got it. But so yes, I've had this sitting here for about 6 months. I got it in the last year, and I think I've already put a replacement foot in here, a little rubber foot, because it was wobbling everywhere. I've got some rubber strip which fits perfectly in the Keysight, which is great. It's the right height and everything. So I've already replaced that. I think I have opened it up already and converted the voltage. I've already marked it as 240 volt range. So I've already opened it up and done that. I don't remember doing it, but I must have done because I've marked it. So that's good to go. Now, does this work? Don't remember. I don't think I've even powered it up. I remember opening it, I think. Well, obviously I must have opened it. I don't remember opening it, but I must have done it. And there's cat here, of course. And yeah, so I believe it had bad caps in it. Yeah, I think I opened it to check the condition of the caps and stuff. And then I changed the voltage whilst I was in there. I think that's familiar actually. So let's get the thing opened up and we'll have a look and see what we need to work on. And hopefully I don't get my parts mixed up. I've got parts over here right now from a few different projects which I've got going on at the same time. So yeah, so be careful about that. Don't mix the parts. I need some more parts trays, I think. Yep. There we go. Yeah, okay. So there's the inside. Not a lot to look at. We've got EEPROM over there, by the looks of it. And these caps, this one here is definitely bulging slightly. Very slight bulge. It's not much. I don't even see it on camera or not. It's very subtle. If we get the liner just right, maybe you'll be able to see it. I'm not sure. But I can barely see it. If I get the liner just right myself, I can just see it's kind of going. Yeah, maybe you can see it from that one. So just that one there, it's got a little bit of a bulge. That doesn't looking too bad, but that's only one indicator. How many caps are on this board? A couple of small ones down there. A couple of small ones down there. So you've got 3, 5, 6. Why can't I count? There's 8 there that I can see. And there might be some more underneath the shield over here. So it's got some interesting setup in here, but I don't know yet. It's got guard traces moving down here. It's quite nice. Took it all seriously, don't they? So I need to get this board out so we can recap it. At the very least, I'm going to fully recap it. So then at least then I know it's okay. Not sure what's inside these shields. Let's take these covers off and have a look. Chat. Chat's really quiet. Okay. Let's adjust this a little bit. Yeah, that's what I try on. Something with this camera, I like it quite well. I like this camera quite a lot. But one thing I don't like about it is the actual lens on it. So when I'm fully zoomed out, the periphery all around here is blurred slightly. Now if you're being a bit artistic, you probably don't care about that, but because I'm trying to get a view across the whole surface, the periphery being a bit blurred when I'm zoomed out like this is a little bit annoying. So what I tend to do is I try and zoom in a bit, because that cuts out most of that blurry bit and makes the whole thing look a bit sharper. So usually what happens is I end up putting the camera a little bit further away, and then it gives me a better aspect ratio and stuff. but aspect ratio, depth of field, I suppose, effectively. Anyway, it's just a shame about the bluing around the outside, because the rest of it is really good. I really like it. Just that little thing. Right, let's get these screws out. Sorry, that one. Screw this. Yeah, let's take this cover off. Let's have a look under here. There may or may not be anything under here. I don't know. Now, it does actually have plugs going to the board, so I can actually just remove it completely. There's a cover. A couple of caps in here. A few more over there. So that needs to be capping as well. But I'm guessing that's shielded. This has got some Koto relay stuff in there. Some precision resistors. Yeah, this is going to be a sensitive part of the circuitry, so I'll be careful about what I touch in here. I might have to stick some gloves on. That needs recapping as well. Now, all these connections go to the board, and they are all labelled, so I can just unplug them. Your current is the white wires are current input. Then we've got black, blue, yellow, and red, which are apparently ohms sensing. I think this is an add-on board. Yeah, this is an option, because it's actually option jumpers down here which have been cut. I'll show you this. See these? So this is something to do with resistance. Maybe resistance was an option or something. I can't remember exactly what the situation was now. But you can see they've been cut. So this is in series with that. There was something about that. I don't know exactly what it was now. So this is months and months ago when I was looking at this originally. So yeah, or looking into it. So let's unplug these. Get this board out of the way. And we'll recap that later on. Those connectors weren't even that tight. Let's take out the dip connector down here. If I can grab hold of it. I might need to hook underneath it. Be careful not to bend the pins on these things when you put them out. Okay. So I should be able to take that board out of the way. There's guide traces around there. Guide traces around there. Complete with flux residue. That's impressive. Alright, next layer. Let's look underneath this shield. More precision stuff. Is that a reference there? Looks a bit like a reference. Can't see what it is. It might just be an op amp. Let's have a look. Need a bit more magnification. AD 542. Don't know. Dated 1988. Not sure. Anyway, something I should do is back up the Defpom that's there as well. Should pull that and back that up potentially. Right, okay. So I'm currently doing a live stream as well to explain to you, which you're watching the video later on, and it's just been pointed out to me that that board is the true RMS option and current. Yeah, true RMS and current board. So that's what that's for. Okay. So it's not looking too bad. Everything seems to plug in. You've got a red and black here. You've got these terminals that also plug in, but they're not marked. That's going to be a tricky one. I might be looking at how I manage that. Yeah. I might need to look at how I manage these wirings on here, because I would like to unplug them to make it easier to get the board in now. How's there cat hair in there? There's always cat hair. Alright, so red and black over here and a green there, which aren't labelled. It's funny, labelled some of the connections, like the actual option board obviously, but these other ones aren't labelled. I mean, could it? Yeah, it's potential to get them back to front. Very useful anyway. Volt meter complete, and external trigger input. Right. So one's an output, one's an input. I might just mark the PCB and hope I don't actually wash it off. So I'm going to put an R there. And a B there. The green is obvious because nothing else can go there. As for the switch, not quite sure what I'm going to do about that yet. It's a silicon wire. Teflon there. Yeah, Teflon wires there. Silicon sleeve. I think I need to make a note of these wires down here so I don't mess that up. So let's get a close look. So you've got a red one here, goes to that side. Black one goes to that one. So it looks like probably a multi-pole switch, and so this connection end, got red and black that side, and got green. Interestingly, yeah, that's the back one as well. Okay, so it does make sense, it is logical, and there's a white one there. Okay, so white, transparent, red, green, black, 5 wires. So I'm comfortable with that. I'm going to take those off, just start doing the footage. Well, at least I'm doing a live stream, so it's going to be on that. And all these don't feel particularly tight. So, yeah, all pulling off easy. So there's that one. Now you've got the same one to the rear panel. So equivalents, red, green, black, white over there, and you've got grey instead of transparent. So those need to come off so I can get the rear panel off it. As long as I put them in the same places, we should be good. I was in a bit too far, am I? Move back again a little bit. These ones feel tighter. Okay. These, oh geez, those screws. Those screws. There's a sticker inside the rear cover. There is. Actually, good point. There is a sticker on it. Oh jeez. My live stream are watching things better than I am. So the sticker on the rear panel, which I thought was something else, but that's alright. It's I should have actually read it. It does tell you where the wires go. It does. So brilliant. So I've actually got a guide on there where they go anyway. Is that going to fit on there? No, it's not. I need a spanner for that, so I can get those GPOB connections out. Because I can't take those off. If I don't take those off, it could actually snap them because of the leverage on this panel. So I want to take that out and separate it. Actually, I'm thinking about to unplug this board here as well. Front panel. Front panel also have to come out. There's probably a capacitor on there somewhere. We'll get that after. Let's get a spanner to get onto those. Dear. Yeah, I am over-analysing stuff, trying to figure out exactly where things go. But still, if someone's got one of these units and the sticker is missing, then it's probably going to be useful to them. that's not the right size. Not sure what size it actually is. Let's try 8mm. It might go. Not sure. Let's try that one. 55-inch TV, hard to miss anything. Yeah, that's you can probably see the stuff better than I can. Mind you, I'm only doing 1080p streaming, so it's like maybe not. I don't know. But now I've done this before. God, what is his? I've forgotten his name. There's a guy in the UK. I've forgotten his name. That's terrible. I broke one of these, and he had a spare one, and he came to see me here. He's over here. I don't know, his business or holiday, I'm not quite sure what. And he actually came to see me here at my house, and he gave me one of those to replace one which broke. That was on the 220 actually, which I had out a couple of days ago. And yeah, so that's been replaced now. So I just need to make sure I don't break another one. Turns out these are a little bit fragile. This isn't the right size. No, that isn't the right size. It's slipping. Let's get him one. It must be a 7. Trying to find out it's not this one. Oh, yeah, it is that one. Okay. Yeah, it's working. Great. Yeah, so that was quite nice. That guy. I can't. Oh, bloody hell, I should remember his name. I'm terrible with names. But the fact he made the extra effort to bring that part with him from the UK just to give it to me, you know, it's like, that was brilliant. So I was really appreciative of that. You know, simple little thing, but it was good. So I have to make sure I don't break another one. At least now I know how fragile those things are. They appear robust, but actually they're not. Absolutely, Ian. Absolutely. If you are planning on coming, absolutely, you'd be welcome to drop in. Right. Get these out. Sure, I'm talking to a live stream audience at the same time. I'm not recording again. So let's get these board out. I've got those out now. Now those are these things here. I was saying the last time I completely forgot about recording again. These are very fragile. The GPOB mounts. Now there's a guy which was from the UK. He actually came to New Zealand and he bought me one of these. He's obviously coming out anyway. He wasn't coming here especially to give me one. That'd be silly. But he had one spare and he gave it to me. So I wish I remember his bloody name. That's really bugging me now. So I was really appreciative of the fact that he did that for me. It was really nice. Which is what makes it even worse. I can't remember what his name is. That was months ago, though. In my defence, was that 5 months ago? That's going to annoy me though. Anyway. So we're going to get this board out. This is basically there to come out, I think. That'll lift out now. This comes off. And hopefully I've got all the wires out. I've missed the earth tag. And of course that's a different size. It's the size I had before, isn't it? I need to go and look up that guy's name. Really do need to go and look it up. Okay, that's the rear panel off. So now we can lift the board out. we go. So we have to do the front panel as well. In fact, I'm tempted to do that now because I'll probably forget about it. Yeah, let's get this out now and see if there's any parts and everything doing. At the very least, we'll probably clean the back of the screen. I'll pull this out by taking the whole board out, whole front panel. Actually, it's just got buttons which I need to take off. It does, it's got buttons I need to take off. All these got to be pulled off. I prefer the other style which has got like the flat buttons because they just go through the panel. This one you got to take every button off. Okay, maybe I will. I've already started taking it apart now. I'm kind of committed. Let's move this out of the way. I'll do the front panel. We'll come back and do this one. Let's see if we can balance it over here. It probably won't slide off. Right, got to get these off nicely. Yeah, let me get something to pull those with. Just use this IC puller. Don't break the switch. Don't break the switch. Ooh, that took a bit of force. Now don't forget where they go, because there's 3 different colours. It's almost not worth pulling this apart, but you can almost guarantee there's a literally just a capacitor on here somewhere. That's really tight, this one. Oh man, that doesn't want to pull off. I'm worried about this one being a bit too stuck. Oh man, I'll come back to that one after. Last thing I want to do is pull a post out from a switch. Come on. Problem is plastics shrink and they get tighter. So, although you could also say the post gets tighter as well. Well, the post shrinks as well because it's a, but then it's a solid piece already, so it's probably going to shrink less versus something which is around it. Yeah, I don't know. There we go. But yeah, I'm worried about breaking these off. It's not exactly a pleasant experience ripping these plugs off, ripping these caps off. I'm just worried about breaking the switches. It's one of those things, only doing it because there's probably a capacitor behind it. Of course, I could have looked at the manual to see if there actually was one. Okay, is that last one to do, which I'm really worried about. Oh, that is really tight. Gotcha. Wow. Touching with the whole front panel, I think I'm going to have to, yeah. At least it's not like the other units where the front panel screws actually interfere with the circuit board. Like the other ones I've done, the Q20s and things like that. They all had issues, like the 617 is the other one. The actual screws was up against the circuit board, so yeah, no, it's kind of in the way of the post actually. Yeah, that's right. So it's actually the screwdriver's rubbing its edge of the board trying to get the screws undone. Anyway, so there, carefully without twisting it. Now we can lift this out. Not looking too dirty behind you actually. There's a tantalum, that's it. Okay, we'll give it a wipe, put it back together. Wasn't too bad. Let's get the dust off. nice. Put it back together. There's a lot of risk for nothing. Although it should be clean the switches whilst it's apart. Getting everything cleaner. Let's put some deoxit in those. Might matter. Or is it risky? There is like a rubber membrane in there, I think. I think these use rubber. I'm not quite sure what's actually inside these switches. Maybe I'll just leave it. Yeah, I'm inclined to leave it unless I've got one playing up actually, just in case I create a problem. So I'm just going to put it back in again. Yeah, I was going to play it safe, I think. But that's alright. Nothing to do there apart from give it a bit of a clean. I mean, the switches may or may not be alright. I don't know. I haven't powered it. I don't know. You'll probably try and find out. Do all this, put it back together again, and find you've got blown segments on the LCD or something on the display. It's not an LCD, is it? It's an LED display. Anyway, I suppose we'll find out in time. It's the risk of doing stuff before you even powered it up. I don't remember powering it up anyway. Come on, Kieran. It's not quite magnetic enough. Right. And because this is old plastics, don't over tighten stuff when you work on one of these. Just be gentle, just a little bit of tension, no more. You do not want to be cracking bits of plastic on these things. And let's put these back together again. Where do we go again? Do you know? We've got different colours. We've got the dark ones, and we've got the lighter ones. And then there's lighter ones. Should be 3 of them. 3 of them. Is that right? 5, 5. Yep, 5, 5, 5. Right, okay. Or 5, 5, 3. Put this back on. I'm going to hold on to the circuit board as I push it back on. There's a lot of risk for potentially no gain, but anyway, I probably could have saved myself some effort there and actually, oh, that's tight. And that's the medium colour, so it goes there. I probably could have looked at the circuit diagram and realised that there's no capacitors there to worry about changing. So probably could just loosen those screws off and just wipe the display in place. It's probably would have been a safer thing to do. But hey, you're doing a video. We need to make sure things are okay and see what's actually there. That's the whole point of the video, isn't it? Make content, show you what's construction's like and how to get it apart. I could really use another one of these actually. I've only got one. If I lose it, I'm going to have problems. I should get another one. We always need a spare. I need to make that into a shirt. Okay, front panel done. Now we can move on. That is easy bit. Bit short of tools. Hold on a minute. Really? You should know me by now. I've got almost everything. Hey Chris, you got one of these as well to check, have you? Is it the same model as this one, the 195, or is it a different one? Obviously, there's lots of them which are very similar, use the same chassis and what have you. Let's move this out of the way for now. We've done that bit. Which one should we do first? Should we do the AC or the main board? I'll need to put some gloves on because I touched the sensitive bits. I'll need a bag of 3,400 parts. 2458 parts to get it right. Need that on. Need the soldering iron on. Need the extractor down here. Hopefully it doesn't fall off. I've got to put a screw in this thing. We've got that transition between the original duct and the Chinese one I picked up. Try and keep it out of the way as well. Right. Hope it doesn't fall off. It kind of stays. Which one should we do? The AC or the main board? I do have spanners, but it's a bit tight to get in there. AC, right. 1976. I've had this one probably about 20 years. Yeah, probably about 20 years I've got this. Maybe a bit longer, maybe 25, I don't know, something like that. I wish I bought two. If you know one, get another one, let me know. I want a spare one. Same model, cool. Right, let's get some gloves on. Do this AC board. I don't think anyone's been in this thing, so I'm not worried about other people's contamination. It's just whilst I'm handling it. I also need to turn on the extractor. That job fixing, building and fixing S100 computers. Right, 1976. Giving your age away a little bit there. Back in your youth. Oh, great line. Remote controls disappeared into multimeter. Multimeter is the AWG stuck under there. Let's clear some space before it gets a bit too cramped around here. Try and get rid of some of this stuff. Right. First electronics job. Right. This is blocking some of the light out, unfortunately. Let's try and move it a little bit differently. Okay. Obviously, it's going to be noisy. Right. So those caps there, what are they? Let's get ready before I start recording again. 2 microfarad, 25 volt. All the same. And these ones here are 33s at 16. Now, I like to try and fish from the bottom, rotate stock. Maybe. What's these ones? It's 105 to be rated at least. 63 volt, bit of difference. 35, that's closer. Right. I don't use these tweezers, this is rubbish. Let's get a magnifier, might be a bit easier. 35 volt, yeah. That's a different size again. 35, 10. Try and get rid of my old stock. And that's a 16 volts, that one. Try and get through the same if I can. Are those the same? I'm fussy like that. Yeah, I think they're the same. Right, that's those ones. And we are 33 microfarad. 33s. Oops, some legs sticking up. That case with white film. And that one there, that's a capacitor. It's like a wraparound, it's a film cap. That's what you're talking about? Go to for test capacitors. It depends. If it's in circuit, I might use the Shannon tweezer. Sometimes I'll just use this. Just nice quick test, and this works quite well. Also for S&D obviously. If it's out circuit, I'll probably grab the Sencore LC102 sitting there. I'll probably grab that because it's on hand. I also have my East tester sitting up here on the shelf, my ET4401. That's probably more convenient to use than the Sencore, but yeah, because it's got different leads on it. So, and it's right there. The Sencore, I have to do calibration every time I turn it on, that sort of stuff. So, you know, it depends what I'm doing. I'll chop and change a little bit. So 33 microfarad next. Well, these 16s, aren't they? 16s, 33s. Let's try and get some from the bottom. It's 35 volt. They're both the same, yeah. Bit of a big voltage difference, but I've got some old caps there. Like I've got some which are, I don't know how long that's been in this. It's an old Rubicon. 10 volts. I've had that a long time. It's probably no good now. Yeah, okay, I'll go with those, I think. $35 as well. Yeah, I might go with those. No, what's this one? What are these? I don't like to deviate too far from the original voltage. That's a 16 as well. We'll go with that. Also older stock, so use those up. I'll try and use the older ones if I can, because they do have a life. Right. Didn't miss any more, did I? I've done that before. I've pulled something apart, replaced some caps, put it back together, and going, oh, I've missed one. So, right. That's a big relay. Big relay. Alright, let's get this changed. Did solder one lead? Yeah, definitely. I think it's originally round. No, it's an oval one. It's an oval shape. I've seen oval shaped ones before. They do that to make them take up less footprint on a PCB, I believe. Right. So let's get these out. Are there polarity markings? I'll probably need to put my glasses on. These are just some AliExpress glasses. They've been pretty useful. they're like a double, like a 2 times magnification thing. Actually, need to clean the so been using these a lot, and they're really useful. I mean, as my eyesight's getting worse, I should probably get some proper glasses, but I'm finding this is adequate for what I'm doing. I'm not really having any issues, only like changing focal and trying to see up close. So these work beautifully for this. So like this is crystal clear. It's really good. So let's desolder these polarities. Yeah, looking for pads to make sure that it's got square pads on the positive sides, just in case I forget which way around they go. Yeah, they're all good, so there's no problems there. I've got references. I should probably record a video talking about all that, shouldn't I? So on here, on these caps, I'm going to replace these 2 here, these 3 here on the AC board. So these are 10 microfarad at 16 volt, were they? 25 volt. 10 microfarad, 25 volt, and 33 microfarad at 16 volt over here. So I'm going to place those. Now, one thing I always check when you're taking parts out of boards, take a note of the orientation. Polarities are important on capacitors. Don't get it wrong. Things can get horribly wrong. So one of the things I like to do, a standard convention is the positive side will have a square pad. It's not always done, but it's quite commonly done. So if you look at the caps, you can see if there's a square pad on a positive leg of that capacitor. And if there is, at least you know which way around that cap goes back in again. You can't always 100% trust that. Sometimes I've seen footprints put on backwards. It can happen. If you get one which is a bit weird, do that one by itself, so you don't get that one messed up. Anyway, let's put some fresh solder on these, and I will actually get my extractor going. It's going to be a bit noisy, but you know, it's necessary. And so I'll put some fresh solder on, and then I'll desolder them. There's 2 techniques for getting these out. I'm not sure which technique I'm going to use yet. Well, it's probably multiple techniques, but there's 2 techniques that I use. One is to just heat it up and walk it out, and then desolder the legs afterwards. The other is to try and desolder it in place and then see if the holes are clear. With small parts like this, I probably literally just stick the solder on across both legs, like that, pull the part out, and then clear the holes out after, because that's usually the easiest way on small parts like this. Yeah, see how easy that is. If your tip's big enough, you can do that. Right, easy. I'm going to do the other ones as well, then I'll clear the holes out afterwards. I've used both techniques, and you know, it depends on the size of the part. Sometimes you can do it this way, other times you have to do one leg at a time. This sometimes is just the easiest way of doing it. If you've got a wide tip like this, I mean, it's not particularly wide, it's even still a fairly small tip. It's not that big. But now, I'll get around with the desoldering gun and clear the holes out. Sometimes you have to do it for both sides. Depends on the PCB and how stubborn it's being. It's also, I think, is starting to lose a bit of power. I'm thinking I might need to actually pull the thing apart and clean the vacuum pump up. I'm starting to think it's something I need to do soon. Yeah. Well, I've replaced filters in the handpiece, stuff like that, but this has done me really well. I mean, it's got its review item. Yeah, it's blocking up, I think. That's probably why it's not doing so well. That's me going down to there. Yeah. starting to block, which is a bit annoying. Come on, get in there. Going on there, so I'm having trouble. Might be blocked. No, maybe it's, I think it's unblocked. Right, let's try it again. Yeah, it's better. Is that it? No, the other one's also needs a bit of cleaning. Check for the light. Yeah, all clear. Okay. I mean, it's easy to get the caps out and was to clean it. I mean, you could always use solder wick. I find usually the soldering gun's better, but right now it's starting to not be as good as it used to be. So I think I probably need to go through and strip it down and give it a really good clean out. Anyway, it is what it is. I'll get these caps in place. Decide one lead and test it. Yeah, exactly. You definitely decide one lead at a time and test the cap if you want to do that. Me, I'm just going to replace them. So you know. Yeah. I was riding, so the top head looked a little bit square as well on both of them. Thinking, if they're both square, that's going to be a problem. I mean, this just won't take as long to actually do because there's not that many caps. I mean, I'm already practically halfway through it, aren't I? So it's not going to be a long process fixing this thing up and getting it going. Right, let's just adjust this slightly. Right, caps are in place, let's solder them in. Then what I tend to do is do one leg and then make sure it's seated fully and then do the other one. That's what I tend to do. Because inevitably caps move around, you're just sitting them on the board and they'll lift up a little bit and that sort of stuff. Probably have to come around afterwards and just touch these up a little bit, get them nicer. These off. I'm going to come back into these ones and redo these because these will probably need to clean up afterwards. Just to get the solder nice. To look at getting good flows on them straight away. Now I've got the thing wobbling over the base. I could have actually put it in a mount and held it. It's probably the better way of doing it, but I don't tend to do that unless I really need to. I've got lots of caps to do on a little board and I'll do it probably. But Not for this many, it's not really worth messing around with it. Right, let's just reflow these ones, put the glass on so I can see a bit better. Let's get all these nice. Yeah, looking good. Let's get the stuff cleaned up. Gas welding torch cleaners. Okay. Well, I mean, this is definitely getting to be a bit of a problem, I think. This is definitely getting weaker. I'm not sure if it's the vacuum pump or whether it's all the rest of the assembly is getting to be a problem. I think it needs a really good clean out. Right now, it's not behaving like it used to. She's gotten loads for this. Done it spring over the board. I should probably use flux cleaner, shouldn't I? Actual probably flux cleaner. Also that flux up there which has been left behind, I'm going to get rid of that. Problem is this flux I use, well, the flux and the solder that I use, it can actually be quite hard to get it back off. Sort of, I do use quite a high temperature on my iron, so it tends to burn it a little bit. It's probably not the best. But, anyway. When I did a big board, I'll probably have to be a bit more careful about where the flux goes. Right here, it's on the edge of the board, doesn't really matter too much, it's just going to flow off a little bit. I'm not quite sure about how precision this actually is. This is probably just power supply stuff anyway, probably doesn't matter too much, but still good practice to get it off, isn't it? Give it a play. Now you've got this flux over here which I'm going to get rid of. Let's record some video. So I'll go around and clean the flux up. I mean, it's not perfect. I might go through with some proper flux cleaner soon. But we've got this original flux on the board over here as well. And interesting is you've got this guard trace around it. Thinking, well, it's probably not a good idea to have flux around here when you've got a guard trace, because that's going to create some leakages, and that's what the guard trace is there for, to try and stop leakages. So I think it's a good idea to clean this off. I don't know if maybe someone else has been here at some point and tried to repair it for some reason. Maybe it's had some wobbly connections, or maybe the relay failed and they replaced the relay. But they should have cleaned the flux off from this area, because it looks like it's probably quite critical. Because, you know, if you've got guard traces, leakage is an issue. So yeah, this needs cleaning properly. You might actually have to use flux cleaner on this one. I don't think the IPA is going to do it. Get some quiet again. I don't know how bad that comes through on the microphone for you guys. I mean, the actual extractor's underneath the desk, up against the wall. So it's underneath, you know, it's sort of a couple of feet away from where the microphone is. So I'm not quite sure if it's a problem for you guys or not. I'm going to use some flux clean. Problem is it's a bit messy. It's not quite as precise as the other stuff. It's running everywhere. It's not good either. I only recently got this stuff, and yeah, I was thinking, I always sort of thought, oh, that's a lot of money just for someone to clean the plugs off, but it actually does quite a good job. So yeah, I kind of wish I probably got it sooner. Should have got it sooner. Probably should have got it sooner. That's certainly looking a lot better. I found that using the cotton bud's okay and stuff like that, but it does kind of leave a little bit of residue behind. Like you see some marks left behind. And I found if I literally just rub it with even a relatively dry piece of paper towel, this is these Keysight wipes, that actually helps to get rid of that last little bit. It doesn't take much, but it does help. Just to help. I find it works really well. It just ends up with a nicer finish at the end. You know? Alright. It's looking a lot better. Extractor's very noticeable. Cool. A bit close. So there's the ball cleaned up. That's obviously where I soldered over there and over there. It's not perfect, but it's not bad. And this is where the other original flux was over here. I cleaned all that off. Might go and revisit that actually. Now I'm looking under a bit more magnification. I could use a bit more, but yeah, there's a little bit more up there. But that's that one done. We can do the other board. I should put my glasses on. Maybe I see how bad it is. It's a little bit up there still. That's alright. It's probably only power supply stuff anyway, it's probably not too critical, but over there's far better. Okay. That's that all done. Let's do the next one after I clean up a little bit, get some space back. Can we check these caps, see what actually came out? It's probably a smart thing to do, isn't it? Yeah, we should check these caps and see what we actually got. I'm just going to use the Shannon tweezer for this because it'll be easy. A little bit. Bring back Freon. Right. Let's quickly check these caps and see what we get. So these are 33 to 16. It's measuring 30, 2.7 ohms. This one, 31, 2.5 ohms, not too bad. A little bit high. This is a 10 at 25 volt. That's measuring 18 ohms at 9 microfarad. Yeah, that's gone. This one, 18 ohms at 9 microfarad. And 18 ohms at 9 microfarad. They're consistent, but the resistance seems a bit high. ESR is a bit concerning on those ones. I think it's a bit out of spec. I expected to see something closer to 3. Let's check my chart on the wall. Maybe. I don't know. Actually, no, the Peak Electronics ESR tester says it's be about 19 ohms minimum, so maybe not that bad. Anyway, that's fine, I'll leave it there. It does seem a bit high still. But I think that's worst case. So chuck those in the bin, get rid of them. In fact, they're all consistent, makes you think they might actually be okay-ish. knocking stuff over now. Let me just check my streaming. I've locked, since I started the stream, I've dropped 12 frames. Massive 12 frames. Yeah, that's doing okay then. Keep an eye on that. Right, let's get this board. Now the other thing that's got on here is this EEPROM. I should probably copy that off. So I've got another project I'm kind of working on. There's a Data S4 which I purchased through Ian, which is the one which he previously did a video on not long ago, and that I finished working on last night. Actually, I put it back together last night. I'm fairly sure I'm finished working on it. I've done a little bit of video on it. I've upgraded memory to 512K and replaced the battery pack because we made a decision to take the battery pack out before we got shipped, so there was no shipping issues. So it is working, but currently I don't have any way of getting the data off the EEPROM programmer. So I could read the EEPROM into the S4, but then I can't get it back out currently. I haven't got a cable set up to actually extract the information, or software. I haven't got that far with it yet. So yeah, I mean setting up the other Dataman, the 40 Pro programmer with a PC. I'll check to see if I've got this this is A1 firmware, I think A1. I have to check to see if I've actually got that already. If I've already got it, there's no point pulling the thing out. Let me do that now. Let me see if I've got it, because if I do, there's no point worrying about it. I may have already downloaded it from somewhere, sort of thing I'd do. 195A. Don't have any firmware, I've only got manuals. So yeah, I do need to back that up. Okay, I will need to sort that out. It's tempting to do it on the S4. I mean, I do have the S4 working. I mean, if I put that into the S4, will it remember it between power cycles? Okay, Dave, thanks for dropping by. I haven't even used the S4 yet. I've only finished, literally I got it working midnight last night. That's when I finished working on it. So I don't know how to use it yet. Prom. What is it that's in here? The 27128A by Intersil. Yeah, 128A. Okay, well. How do I find this bloody chip in here? I don't know how to use this thing yet. Never used it. Cypress 27C 128 is close. That's Cypress. Just by brand. By brand, it seems. Intel 27128C. Okay. Right, well, let's try it, shall we? What could go wrong? Apart from destroying the firmware on this thing. Hey, but at least I know Chris Grossman's got one. He can always pull it back out again for me. Is this going to be nice to get out or not? No, that's really, really stuck. I don't like to pull on PCBs too much. Let me get my other puller. use this one, because then it's not actually pulling on the PCB, it's pulling on a socket, which is a far better outcome. Pin 1 is that way, don't forget. Jeez, that's tight. There we go. It's out. Okay, well, let's drop this in here. What could possibly go wrong? Load. How do we read this thing? I'm guessing it's load or dump. Then you've got burn. Let's try load. Okay. It did something. Edit? No, escape that. How do we view what's in there? Edit the view. Well, I did edit, yeah. Edit there. Oh yeah, there we go. Yep. Okay. I was almost there. I got scared. Okay, there's data in there. Great. So yep, it pulled it out. Seems to have worked. Okay, now does it retain it between power cycles? Because if it does, at least I can potentially extract it again later on. Okay, well, let's take the chip back out and put it back in the unit. Pin 1 that way. These legs don't want to go in back in, do they? Of course they need to be bowed back inwards. Oh well. Get my straightener. This is another thing I want. I don't have a spare one of these either. In my younger years, I didn't buy spares. I only ever bought one of everything, and I'm regretting it now. So if I power cycle this, will that data still be there? I don't know. If it's not, I'll have to use the other programmer. Edit. It's still there. Okay. Okay, it's still there. Excellent. All right. So we'll have to try and extract that later on once I figure out how. The problem with also being a Mac man, not a PC man, it's a lot of these things just aren't necessarily intuitive. Okay, that's in. So we'll set it right around. I'll put this back to one side for now. And later on, I'll try and figure out how to get that data back off it. Worst case, I'll pull it back apart again and pull it out. It's easy to get to. It's not a big deal. Let's put these away. Come on. Probably trying to put things back in packaging. Some fussy like that. Put it back in the packaging. Right. Okay, back to this. Let's pull these caps out. What we got to pull out? Let's have a look. Glasses. Yeah, S4's going to be world famous. So 25 volt, 10 microfarad, Trying to see what they all are. They're probably all the same. Yep, those are all the same. So that's 5 of those. Is that all there is? Not missing any? Not going blind, missing something? Wouldn't be the first time. Okay, so all those are the same. So 10 microfarad, 25 volt. Feels like I've already been in the drill once before. Let's get 5 of those out. And I think I'll change to some better tweezers, because those other ones that just do my head in. They're okay for leaving things out, but not so good for picking things up. Right. I think these are all high voltage, weren't they? These brownish ones. What are they? Of course it won't sit where I want it to sit. 63 volts, yeah, they're all massive. Again, I want 5 the same, and I want 5 which are older. 35, that's closer. I don't want to use the brand new ones. I want to try and use the older stock first. Now 35. And again, I want to try and use them all the same set, because I'm fussy like that. 3 of them. 4, 5. I think that's another one the same. Yep, okay. That's a set of those. Get creative. Oh yeah, okay. The main thing I wanted a large memory for was the library sizes. I'm not quite sure if you can load if you can load multiple libraries at the same time into the large memory space. So you can, instead of just having one library file, maybe have 2 or 3 different ones, because I know they've got different sets. Haven't they got like firmwares, you've got some flash and stuff like that in there as well. So I haven't really looked at it in too much detail yet. But I was thinking maybe if I got a large memory, I could actually write more libraries to it and have more options there without having to change libraries all the time. Yeah, anyway, let's get these ones out. Hopefully these have got the same deal with the positive pad being square. Don't think you can do that? Okay. I wasn't sure how it worked, so I wasn't sure. But I was going to adding more memory is probably an idea. I'm not even 100% sure that chip I put in is any good, because that's the one which I got from eBay, which is fake. We've got some more around there. Okay, those are all positive marked correctly, and the other ones all the same as well, I think. Let's see where they are. Yep. Yep, all the positives are marked as square pads. So that's fine. Okay, let's record some more video. So the board here is what we're going to work on next. All these capacitors are straightforward. You've got a bit of discoloration around here. That bridge rectifier, so I've been working a little bit hard. And we've got some more flux residue left behind on these relays, which obviously put in by hand later on. Because the other board was the same. But I would have thought they would clean it off, especially, again, as you've got guard traces around here. You know, this sort of thing you want to keep clean. You've got guard traces, you're trying to remove leakages, so leaving flux residue behind doesn't really make sense for that. Anyway, yeah, so we've got these 5 smaller caps here. These are all 10 microfarad, 25 volt. There's a couple more over here as well. Then we've got these bigger ones, which I'll look at afterwards. I'll do the small ones first, and I'll look at the big ones and work through it. So there's not much actually to do on this to refurbish it, as far as recapping it anyway, which is good because it doesn't take long, thankfully. Right. Now, should I record video doing it again or not, or should I just say I've done it? I think it's recapping. It's like doesn't really require video for every single step, does it? dropped my temperature down a little bit. I don't think I needed as much as I was using before. Might help stop the flux burning as well. Now I've lost where the capacitor was. Walked away for a second. Here it is. That one's here. And I should turn my strata back on, shouldn't I? Just double-sided board, just being a bit more stubborn. Is that one? Now, I've had this thing sitting here for, say, 6 months, like as I mentioned before. Thinking it'd be like a quick little, easy little quick refurbishment, hopefully. Probably jinxed it now. And it'd be a nice little thing, just a quick little video. And it wasn't expensive to buy. I think I paid about, I think it was $400 I paid for it, $500, something like that. It wasn't too expensive, which is nice. But you know, for what it is, though, it's probably too much, really. In reality, the problem with eBay is that things are expensive. So I dropped its iron temperature down. Now I think I'm regretting it. It's taking too long to desolder. Yeah, I think I need to go back up again. I'll go in between the two. It's double-sided board as well, so it's traces the other side, which are sucking hit away too. Doesn't help. Alright. Oh, Jesus, don't drop it. Right. I'll wake my desoldering gun because I'm going to sleep. So I'm going to clean next. Well, yeah, I'm not sure if the pump's actually even designed to be dismantled. Not sure. So I did my usual technique. These are smaller parts, bit of solder on there, desolder both pads at once, just to get those parts out, nice and easy. And I'm going to desolder them, well, clean the holes out, and then I'll refit the new ones. And then I'll do the bigger caps. And then we can put it back together and see if the thing even works. I might just look at the chamber on this actually. This is going to get messy. Hold on. Just do it over here. It's definitely struggling a little bit. Don't fall off a disc. That would be really, really bad. Yeah, this would be why it's done that. Out of here. Because I've actually done here is add in some wire mesh, like brass wool stuff, you know, to catch the solder before it gets to the back of the chamber. Because I found that it tends to have issues with getting dirt into the filter too much. They get too much like solder residue in there. So I put this mesh in there. It's gradually been disappearing. So I've got that in there. I've just bent the bloody spring, trying to get it all apart. But so that goes in there like that. And I've got this, which is now apparently the filter's disintegrating. I think I need to replace that filter again. And some of it's got in there, which isn't good. I think it's cleared it out. Nothing like working on a hot desoldering gun. I don't think anything's got in there. Might just give it a wipe in there with this. Don't leave it on the floor. We'll see if this helps it. The tube's okay. Get another piece of filter. I didn't change that not long ago either. I'm surprised it's fallen apart. Where are they? You're in here somewhere. Looks like I didn't use that long ago. That's not it. That's something else. Where have they gone? Again, my trying to keep things tidy is not working. Oh, there they are. There they are. Now, can I open it with gloves on? Yeah, you can. I think I might need to get some more of these filters. So when I actually got this thing, it was actually assembled incorrectly. Well, I believe incorrectly. Because the filter was in front of this plate, but I think it should be behind the plate. I think it should be behind it like that. So the plate is getting all the impacts from the bits of solder debris floating around, not the filter. And the filter then goes over the outlet here to keep that bit clean. Right, let's try and put it back together. The only problem is then you get the filter trying to get stuck in the rubber. Anyway, yeah, let's try it. Can I get it back together? I find spinning it seems to help get it in. There we go. Right, let's see if that's any better. Stainless steel wall, yeah, well it might be, but it's brass-ish, maybe. Right, see if that helps. Seems to have done. There's a double-sided board. I might not be on there long enough to clear out both sides. I might be being a little bit quick there. Normally I've done it straight after soldering, so it's still slightly warm from that. Now, did I get them? Let's look through the light. Easy way is look at it through a light. Or look at a light through it, I should say. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. That one there, where's the light gone? There's the other one, there we go. Right, all clear. Let's put new ones in. Of course, I'm assuming the top side's got a square pad the same way the bottom side did. Just double check that. At least this is a nice quick thing to do. Well, relatively quick for repairs. keep saying there's 3 caps to do. There's also a big one right there. There's 4 caps to do. Is that the one I'm going to overlook? That's going to be the one I overlook, isn't it? I almost guarantee I'm going to overlook that one. Alright. Of course, I could probably clean the flux before I put the parts in. That's usually a good thing to do too. I suppose I should have been doing that. No, I didn't. Probably should have done that. Would have been easy to clean the second time around. Because the other thing is the desolder gun obviously running a much higher temperature as well than the iron, in order to get the heat out of the board and to allow the solder to be sucked through without solidifying in the tube. So it needs to be a bit hotter than normal. I tend to run that quite hot, run it at like 395, which is, you know, don't like to be that high. At least that's the temperature it says it is. Whether it really is that, I'm not sure. The you know, I think I tried running it originally about 350 and it just didn't work very well. So I had to go hotter with it in order to get it to not block constantly. Right? It blocked too quickly at the lower temperature. So I had to just gradually just work it up until it stopped doing that. Did you get the middle one straight or is it wonky? That's right. Problem with this attractor, I don't actually have it turned up very high. It's only down quite low because of noise. So it doesn't actually capture all the smoke from this iron. I'm a little bit far away from it. It doesn't suck it all towards it. If I turned it up, it'd do a lot better. But I've got it on its lowest setting, so I'm trying to keep the noise down. I was actually looking at a video, Ian, of your extractor there. I think I commented on it, didn't I? Don't remember. And something you could try to keep that noise down is rubber mount it. Get some rubber sheet. I've got some around here somewhere, I think. Did I use it? No, I've used it or something. But the surface it's on isn't then resonating the vibration from the casing. You find it makes it a little bit quieter. Just rubber mounting it. Just literally just put a rubber mat underneath it for the feet. That will make it quieter. I found it worked quite well for me. Right, I'm going to use flux clean on this. Which one I'm going to run the residue off? Actually, I'll do it afterwards. I've got the other caps to do first. I'll do the cleaning after. Right, so these other caps we've got to do. .680 35 volt, 2 of them, and a 220. So it's either 200 or 25 volt. 680 at 35. So when I find out I don't have other parts on it. Let's see. Try and use the larger ones first, I think. Physically larger. 680 35. Forgot where my tweezers went. That's 35 there. Don't have anything at the bottom. Yes, same one. Great. One of them. Physically a lot smaller. Now we'll try and get this cap so I can get the drawback inside and actually shut again. Even I've taken some out, it still does want to cooperate. 35, 680, yep, they're the same. Right. And 2,200 at, what did I say? It was 25, right? Yeah. And I also got the big one, which I keep overlooking. These are quite high voltage caps, these ones. 50s. Oh, this one's sitting around for a while. I think I pulled it out of something. I don't think I should trust that one. I might just dispose of that. That's a used cap. Why do I keep that? Maybe it's a really old one. Anyway, I'll get rid of that. In fact, I've got 2 used caps in here. Why did I do that? Okay. It's all 50 volts. So skinniness is... This is again my pet peeve, right? Capacitors next to heat sinks. Alright, transistors get hot, big heat sink. I mean, I know they like to keep capacitors close to the regulators for, you know, coupling them basically, so you got good response from the things. But I wish they'd put them, you know, another centimetre further away, you know, another 2 centimetres further away. Electrically, you could do it probably fine without an issue. It just stops the heat going straight into the things, you know. That's one of my pet peeves. I've mentioned this many times because it really irritates me. Right, what's that big cap? What's that one? That's the 10,000 at 25. $10,025. But that's probably the wrong footprint. Let's have a look. Yeah. This one might be better. That would be better. That's 10,035. 85 degree rated. So is those. I think I'll go with that one, even though, yeah, I've got the space to do it. I'd rather keep the other ones for other stuff, which might need a tighter space. Okay. Transformer gets one too, yes indeed. Fume Clear send you the other one as well. Okay. Well, I think the other unit is very similar to one I've got. I did do a video on it when I got it. Because I actually purchased that one. I wasn't donated or anything. So, it wasn't a review item. So, yeah, I did do a video on it. Yeah, what's that, about 2 years ago, must be? Yeah, something like that. Where are these other caps? I've lost them again. Oh no, that's one of them. Yeah, I need more heat. This is too cold. My tip's a bit small for what I'm doing, probably. So I'm compensating. There's one there. There we go. There's the other one there. No, you've gone blind. I'm still here, honest. You want to wake up? Yes. Because I've not been doing anything with the camera for a little bit. Where was I? Here. There, yes. One, two, three, that one there. So this one I might use the other technique on because of the spacings. You could walk it out, that's the other way to do it, but I'm going to try using a vacuum on this, see if we can get them out. So before I used the soldering iron tip across both legs of those components, the actual capacitors, because they were close together, easy to do. Now I'm going to use these bigger capacitors, and obviously you can't do that unless you've got a massive tip. So I'm going to use the other technique which I used was 2 other ways. One is just do 1 leg at a time and walk the thing out, which is perfectly fine. I may even do that still now, but I'm going to try desoldering it in place and see if I can just remove the solder from the component leg. That may be fine. So we'll try it. Go. And I may still need to walk it out, but It actually helps if I hold on to the correct component as well. Yeah, that one's fell straight out. No problem. Do the same yellow one. That's going to work. This one's not going to work. I'm walking this one out. There we go. That's those two smaller ones. I'm going to put these replacements in now. The leg spacings aren't correct, but that's the size cap I've got. So I'm just going to shove those in now so I don't actually forget which one goes where. The lead spacings are annoying, but I don't have this physically larger cap. If I was really being fussy, I'd get the right ones in, but it doesn't really matter that much generally. Sometimes it matters, but I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, next one. Which is here. No, come on. Is that one out? Next cap in. So I will have the right lead spacing, I think. Yep. And then we've got this big one over here, which could be a problem. We'll see how we go. Quite a large pad. I'm not quite sure how big the actual leads are. Might be a snap-in type, not sure. Certainly seems to be quite chunky. So it could be hard to get out, we'll see. Yeah, snap-in type, so this one might need a bit of walking. I'm just going to use this iron sensor in my hand. Put some more solder on this one to remelt it. Thermal mass will be a problem now. I suppose I'm in front of the camera too. Yeah, walk that one out, that side. And that side, there we go. So it's a snap-in type. Kind of. Is it? Oh, I don't know, it's just big leads. So that's what I'm putting back in. Snap-in type. So drop that in. There we go, in place. Solder it back together. Nice and easy. I'm going to solder them back in, clean it all up. You don't need to see me do that again. And we'll come back when it comes to reassembling it. Right. Yeah, so that Dynamo, I really need to get the cable sorted out for that. Cause I don't think there's like an off-the-shelf DB25 to USB cable. I think maybe I bought something from AliExpress. I know I've got some like DB25 cables and DB9 cables. I got some from my old original EPOM programmer I used to have years ago, which the software is long out of date for. It's worked on. What was that worked on? It was 95, I think it worked on. I can't remember now. Might have been before that actually. Don't remember. So yeah, I've got that old EPOM programmer, which was a really good EPOM programmer. I used to like it. I used to use it all the time, but then the software became outdated, and that was the end of that. It's like just no more EPOM programmer. So I've still got it, but I've got no software for it. I think it's probably a way of getting it going again. There are like there is information about the protocols it uses and the actual communication to it, but then you got the issue with device support. You know, they only support the really old devices, not anything which came out after that time. So that's a bit of a problem in itself. So I've just got other ones now. So I've got, did buy a Vectronics programmer. Something, it's got a 32 in it anyway. Can't remember exactly what the model number was, but that was a nice program. I liked it. But the Mac software, which it claimed it supported, it said no, it was a Mac version of software, which is why I purchased it. The Mac software was a beta version, not full software version, and they never updated it, and it was really buggy. They never did anything with it. So the annoying thing was that I purchased it because it's a Mac supported version of the programmer. Turns out, actually no, it ain't really. So I've used it on PC as well, and that's fine. But yeah, then I got what else have I got? Then I got the Footy Pro. Oh, sorry, I got a TL866 2 Plus, was it? I can't something like that. Whatever the bloody numbers are on that thing. And so I got that, and that was okay. I haven't used it much. Again, it's PC only. Well, I think you can actually do it on a command line on the Mac. I did look into that a little while ago, well, a couple of years back. And then I got the Dynavand 40 Pro, which I ended up getting for free in the end. In the end, I got that for nothing, which is even better, because I purchased it on eBay, and it took like 6 months to arrive. Something like that. It's ridiculous. I did mention it in the video at the time, but it disappeared for ages. It just didn't turn up, and so then I got refunded, and then one day it turned up. It's like, well, that was great. That was free. Not so good for the seller probably, but yeah. So I've been using that one, and now I've got that S4, which I'm going to play with, because I've always wanted an S4. You know, it's something I've always wanted to have. So I was quite keen to get that. This flux is being a bit stubborn on this one. Might need to give it a bit of a harder brush. Yeah, this flux here is really, really stubborn. Might just give it a bit of a scrape here. Yeah, it's kind of solidified quite a bit. Just don't leave this residue around his relays. You know, like I said before, guard traces. Guard traces probably shouldn't have flux going across them. Clean up the mess I've made. I might try and do it away from the other circuitry. I might do it this way around, so it's not running towards the sensitive stuff. So yeah, I said before, I haven't used this stuff before. I only recently got it, you know, like a few months ago. And I actually think I probably should have invested the money much sooner and actually gone to get more of this stuff. So it does seem to work quite well. In the IPA, which is what I've always used, well, at least for many years. I did used to use Flux Clean actually a long time ago. Before I started using IPA. But again, it was expensive, so I tended to use it sparingly, probably a bit too sparingly. And so I went to IPA, I don't know, 10 years ago, I suppose. I was using that because it's cheap and cheap and pretty effective. Right, I think that's cleaned up. Let's do an inspection. TCE, what's TCE? Not familiar with that. Got a little bit of residue up here, I might just give that a bit more clean here. Probably doesn't matter, but do it. There's a fluff left over. Okay, I think I can go back in. Trichloroethylene, alright. I've heard of that, yeah. Oh, knocking my iPad over. Fine, acetone works well. I've got acetone. I don't like to use acetone because I've had bad experience with acetone on plastics. You know, you're not quite sure how it's going to behave if it gets on something it shouldn't really get onto. I don't know if, I mean, I've avoided using it. I have used it many years ago, but I kind of avoided it. So I'm not quite sure if it's really safe on all electronics or if it's a bit of a risk, you know. Because if it's a bit of a risk, I probably want to kind of steer away from it a little bit. But you might be fine, I don't know. Turn it off. Don't need that going now. Let's move this back out of the way. I need to adjust this tube for my extractor here because got so much GA still. Give it that. I did a video showing I got that Chinese stuff, which was far cheaper than the correct one, and it wasn't quite the right size, and I adapted it, and it kind of worked, and that's right. But the yeah, it's a bit sloppy. I have to like use a piece as an adapter, and it's not quite tight enough. So what I'm thinking I might actually have to do, just put it away properly, is put a screw through that particular joint where the adapter piece is, because that's what keeps coming off. Once I adapt from one side to the other, it'll be fine. I think I might just put a couple of screws in it just so that one doesn't come off, and I think it'll be fine after that. It's just a little issue I have with that because I'm bodging it a little bit. Oh, I've dropped 51 frames so far, that's alright. It's not too bad. Now there was actually a bad outage recently at in my locality. Apparently someone, I don't know, there's an issue with fibre or something. Fibre connection went down and started using a backup route or something, and it may have caused some problems, but they got fixed last night apparently. So this morning I did a couple of speed tests and it was perfectly fine, so it's behaving okay. In fact, I think it's actually improved. Right, let's try these caps, see what this thinks. TCA's banned now, is it? I don't know. Alright. Brake cleaner, again, it's another Quite harsh one, isn't it? But I don't know. You guys probably do the stuff more than I do. 509 microfarad to 18 milliamps, milliohms. Yeah, right. And that is a 680, wasn't it? Yeah. So what's that was? 510. Down a little bit, isn't it? 525 at 20 milliamps. I mean, the ESR's all right. .72 milliohms, 1.9 millifarad. Also down slightly, but not too bad. That's probably fine still. Those two are a little bit suspicious, being a bit low. This one's 10,000 microfarad. I think you can do it. A little bit low again. 21 milliohms though. And then we've got these 5. Oh, stuck on top, chat. Yeah, you have to go to the settings thing. There's a little gear icon to right inside there, if you can. So that's also reading a bit low. 25 ohms. 25 ohms. Yeah, that's definitely gone. 8.4 microfarad. This one here. 29 ohms. 8.4 microfarad. 36 ohms, 7.2. Yeah, these needed doing, definitely. No doubt. 23 ohms, 8.5. Yeah. I probably should record a video on that, shouldn't I? So I just tested these caps, and I think the only one that's probably still good is this one. The others are all reading a bit low. ESRs were okay on these ones. ESRs are bad on these ones. This one here looked like it's probably still fine. But yeah, needs replacing. That's why I do it. And my stomach's growling, and I could use a drink. We'll get this ball back in again before I worry about that. I'll take these gloves off after that. Throw these away. I used to keep these caps, but my box is full, and I don't really want to put a bigger box there. The reason I keep them is that I can use them for referencing things and checking stuff later on. But yeah, I don't know. Can't change it on our TV. That's a shame. Oh, you've got a big TV, but you can't see if anyone's talking. That's a shame. Right. What am I forgetting? Back panel. I need that. Okay, this is a video putting this thing back together. Right, so really reassemble it now. So it's all cleaned up. It's ready to go back in. So we're going to slide this into here. We'll get that power switch in the front. We've got to make sure the cable here is not underneath it. I think actually, yeah, it goes above it, not underneath it. It goes down the side like that. And we'll get this in here, like this. Drop that down. Okay. Let's make some screws in and hold it together. It's not flopping everywhere. Then I'll seat the circuit board in. Then very soon we better try it out and see if it even works. Circuit board's got a seat in there, like that. Oh no, I lost the screw on the floor now. That's it, it's gone. Where'd it go? It's literally teleported somewhere. was going to do a shirt. Only I haven't figured out a way of doing the graphics for it. It's probably you'd probably use AI to do it now, actually. There it is. I was going to do a shirt, the floor of doom, with like carpet full of components and stuff, you know, resistors and surface mount carts and ICs stuck in it. That'd be a good shirt. Obviously, it's not magnetic. Don't want to go in there. But yeah, at times like, oh, I'm gonna do it. I did try and do graphics for it. I did try and like draw something for it. It just looked like crap. So I didn't go any further with that. But yeah, I would actually like to do that. Right, so he's got these little bits that go in there, like that. Don't do these uptight when you're putting these together. Old plastics go brittle. Just take the tension and that's it. Don't try and crank down on it, because it will break. What's probably going to happen now is I'll be doing this and then something's going to break despite me saying that. Let's plug that back in again before I forget about it. These just sit in here, like that. It's got like little legs that stick out, and there's little cutouts they kind of sit into on the sides of the posts. I suppose I should show you, shouldn't I? You know, just there, little cutouts on it. Go into there. If I can get it lined up, it will go. This one here, which goes down there, which is going to be a bit awkward to get into, of course. Doing electronic stuff, have some tweezers around. Always need them. And always have ones that you can sacrifice, like these ones. These are my rubbish tweezers. They're good for levers and all sorts of stuff. And I don't care about it. If they bend, and I bend them back. Doesn't matter, I don't care about them. And obviously then you have good tweezers, which you do care about. So look after those ones. Now, two of these, I've got these little connectors on here which will push on. I'm going to put some deoxit on those before I actually set them in, because I think that's a good idea. Where are we? Yeah, the tweezers are pretty good. I don't use them that often, but for this kind of thing where it's just like a quick check just to verify what we're getting, yeah, they're convenient and they're perfectly good. Their accuracy is pretty good. So, you know, it's very good for verifying that, hey, something's definitely bad or it's probably fine still. I've also got the East tester, which I could probably use to be more funny about, not funny, more precise about it. Where is funny from? Eureka, right. There's a place called Eureka. Actually, yeah, I think I've heard of that. Think about it. Liquid deoxit gold. The worst thing about this is you always end up using more than you actually need, because it goes everywhere. So I'm going to put some on the top of the switch, because this is going to need it. And yeah, where's little pins on the switch here? Try and put on each pin if I can. So make sure that each one's good. At least it'll be for longevity of the unit. And then we've got these pins here, that one there, drop in there, And then there's 2 over here somewhere, which I've now lost. Can't see them. There they are. These are gold pins, but I'm still seeing gold oxidise and tarnish. Still happens. I've got these ones over here too. From the AC board. I just made a mess of that one. Okay, thanks for dropping by. I've got a bit too much residue on that switch, but it ran away, so let's take the excess off with this. As long as there's residue on the actual pins, that's what matters. I think these were probably barely tight enough. They're not particularly tight, but it was red there, wasn't it? Red there, which is wonky. Black there. Okay. Now, I wasn't recording any of that because I'm forgetting again. I put some deoxit gold on the pins of the switch and all the little posts which things connect into, just to reduce any oxidation chance and also improve longevity. It's always a good thing to do. So now I've got to go through now and push these connectors on where they go, which I think I'm going to take a guess first based on what I remember, and we'll see if I get it right. Do I get it right or not? I don't know. We'll find out. So I'm going to do this. This is from memory. Now, and they also kind of hold the shape anyway, so they're kind of in my place. So that's the back switch ones. So pin 1 should be black wire from the rear terminal, correct. So pin 4 should be ohm sense green from the rear terminal. It is. 7 should be red one. It is. Let's get a bit closer so you can see maybe. Yeah. You got 12 should be the grey. Yes. And then we've got 18 should be the white from the rear. Yep, that's right. So those are all correct. So now it's got to put on the front one. And because I've already got those ones in place, we can basically copy it. The middle pin isn't used at the extremities. So the middle pin is the common, which will be going to the circuit board. And then we've got the other ones here, which will go, so red goes to red and so on. So so 9 should be the red one, for example. Yep. So that's all fine. So I've got to basically copy those colours on the companion pin, and it should be easy. So this is actually called deoxit. There's different ones. They've got gold one. This is for doing gold contacts. It's a bit more gentle. And then you've got the standard D5 as well, which is a bit more aggressive, which is like general purpose one. That works very well as well. I use them both. But for gold stuff, I only ever use the gold one. I don't know how much difference there really is on it. Obviously there is some kind of difference. I just don't know exactly what that difference will be. How much it really matters, don't know. Get that pin back on there, it'd be good. This blank pin's battling me. There we go. There we go. Get in there. that's all those back on. It won't ship at all, really. Have you tried Element 14 or RVS Components? I mean, I think they stocked it. I'm not certain. I could be wrong. I get this from there's a place over here which has it, so I get it from there. But I've only ever bought a couple of cans of it. I think this is still my original can of the gold. I'm very, very careful about how I use it because it is expensive. So I'm also very sparing with it, and you don't want to get it everywhere over the circuit board as well. You got to try and minimise that kind of stuff too, which is what I didn't do down here when I was trying to spray something. I accidentally got a bit too much in there, so I actually need to clean that a little bit more. But I've got a bit down here, so I need to clean. So you try and use it sparingly, because it does go a long way. It takes for it all. We can get like little bottles of it, and that might actually be a good idea based on how much I've used. And I've had this can now for probably 5 years. Yeah, probably 5 years I've had that can now, so it's probably a good idea to get those little dripper bottles, and that might be fine for you, what you're doing. A dripper bottle in my case would probably be better for most of these things, but I've got a spray can, so. Right, put this back in. Hope you guys be paying attention. Have I missed anything? I'm relying on you guys to tell me if I've missed something. I haven't put the screws back in the GPIB. I know that much. I know I've missed that. Don't forget the ground wire. Thank you. I'd missed that. Well, as GPIB. This did it now. I've got the parts laid there, so I'll be on to. Oh, I've got a nut here. What's that from? I would have kind of figured that out in the end, but probably. But like I said, I've got these bits here from other projects sitting here, so it's like, well, it's possible I could still forget something because I'm thinking it's for something else. It's all kind of getting intermingled. Alkaline batteries and electrical tape. Electrical tape? Seriously? You having a problem with that? Of course it's the other one. Right, let's do the GPIB one, which is going to be a little bit tricky. I'll take the gloves off now, I don't need this on there. They can go. I'll just be careful how I handle the other board. And I won't do what I did before, and hopefully I'll do what I did before on the other unit and snap that damn thing. This is being a bit funny to line up. I'll loosen this off a little bit, needs adjustment. There we go, that now lines up. When you put these in, they've got like a little step inside them. They actually got to go inside a hole. And so, if it's not bedded right down, it won't actually go very well, and it will be protruding very slightly from the front panel. So watch out for that. And I want, which one do I want? The smaller one. This one. Now, don't over tighten, just enough to hold it. Don't make that mistake twice. Actually, that's a good point, Grant. That's a good point. It could be something like that. Intentional limiting to make it harder to repair stuff. That's possible. I don't know. It could be a bit conspiracy theory, but it's possible. But, the way the world is, it really wouldn't surprise me, to be honest. Yeah, I'm very, very cynical these days. Didn't used to be that cynical. I've always been aware that we are basically being constantly screwed by people in power. I've been well aware of that for all my life. Yeah, but I'm getting more and more cynical about the whole situation as I get older. Okay, don't overdo that. All those clicks on. That's together. That's together. That's on. Nuts are in. Right. Let's put this board in. I'm amazed it's only got that one screw that holds it down. I'm surprised it done it that way. Well, that pair of screws that go through the casing. So it sits like that. Anyway, let's put these in. Like wire. These don't feel particularly tight, actually. Yeah, I'm a bit worried that these actually are very, very loose. It's taking very little to move these ones. Spinner was a little lot. Yeah, it did. Yeah, I'm trying to use these. Like, I've had one of these cans that actually runs down the side of the can. It's a bit annoying. That wire's too loose for my liking. I don't know. How can I tighten this up? Okay, they're like that. That's rectangular. Yarn pins, rectangular pieces. Let's see if I can squash it flat with this. Which way is the best way to crank this thing? Get my glasses where I put them. This feels a bit too loose for my liking. Just a little bit like that. Let's try that. Yeah, that's better. Still a little bit loose, but it's tighter. Okay. So these little plugs on this board here, they're not particularly tight fit on the pins. So I'm just tightening these up very carefully with this. Just a tiniest little squeeze. Not much at all. Trying not to overdo it. There's like a little tongue inside there which is supposed to run on the contact. And yeah, it feels slightly better. But they're all just being a little bit loose. And nobody likes a loose tongue. Is that right? I don't know. Did I get it wrong? Maybe. Let's plug that in. Get that out of the way before I damage it. Blue wire. That feels alright. Don't have to adjust that one. Yellow. Feels alright. And the last one's red. Yep, that's okay. Right. Put the top cover on, then we can power it up and see if the thing actually works. Just about there. Probably do all this and find, something's broken. Anyway, we'll find out. If it is something broken, that's alright, because, you know, that's part of the fun. Part of the point of what I'm doing is to find what's broken and fix it. I'm just hoping that now I put it back together, I don't find something, because we've done hopefully all we need to do. We'll find out. Right, should we put the top cover back on yet? No, I'm going to wait. I'm going to smoke test it. Okay. clean up a bit. Those away. Yeah, well, I've forgotten about those screws, and I'll do them when I put the top cover back on. Because it might need to tweak the alignment a little bit. So I'll do those afterwards, it's fine. Clean up and get some space back. Hopefully this will be one project done, I can get rid of it out of this room. That's what I'm hoping for. Haven't dropped any more frames, that's good. One more capacity I didn't test. Oh well, never mind. It's the problem with these little dropper bottles is that I tend to put it down and I'll leave it like this, and then I'm sure one day I'm going to actually inject myself with IPA. I'm pretty sure it's going to happen one day. Obviously not on purpose. I've got these two old caps here, so have a look at these before I throw them out. I've obviously pulled these from something a long time ago. I also thought they were worth keeping. "24 milliohms, 2.2 millifarad. That's still bang on. Check this one. We get a better connection. I was trying to be lazy. This is being a bit dodgy. 1.6 ohms. Oh no, not down. This wire legs are dirty. Come on. 32 milliohms, maybe 2.2 millifarad. This thing is, they still test perfect. That's why I've kept them. I mean, did I put them in something, then take them back out again? I'm tempted to put them back in the drawer, to be honest. They test fine. Last resort caps, let's call them that. Actually, what did I push record for? That won't be that. Not yet. Let's chuck it back in the drawer for now. I might reevaluate later. I might chuck it on the send core or something and just check their leakage and what have you. Do some more thorough testing on them. Right. Let's get the power cable. Double check the voltage is still set correctly. It is 230 volt. Right. Let's adjust this. I'll try and get this in shot, you see. Get that in there so we can see it. Things go clean. So, what do I need for this? I need ohms. I need a few different sources to check this. Let's get a cable. Oh, am I being a bit premature by getting a cable? I'm assuming it's going to work. Is that bad? Okay, let's try this. Right, let's power this up for the first time after doing that work and see if it goes bang. Did I put the capacitors in the correct around? That's always the challenge. And if it even powers up properly, we'll see. So I've never powered it, I don't know. And let's make sure these buttons aren't stuck after me pulling things apart. That seems good. Because if you get a stuck button, it can cause all kinds of problems with processors. Sometimes it causes the processor to hang when it's booting. Right, that's like a case on the Recordana frequency counters. If you've got a button which is stuck, it stops it booting properly. Okay, power going in. No current draw right now, as you can see over here. Turn the power on. Took a little while to get past that initial boot up, didn't it? Had a clunk as well. Those relays are definitely kicking over. We have 0 on the screen, so that's looking promising initially. Okay, filters, buttons are working. Yep, clicks, clicks. No click on that one. Okay, auto ranging. Okay, zeroing's working. Looks promising. Let's put some inputs into it and see what's happening. So we're getting 14 watts of current consumption, which seems fine. I don't know what fuse is in this actually, that's the point. I should check to see what the fuse is, just in case it's something stupid. Yeah, I'll do that now. Otherwise I will forget about it. Should have checked that before I powered it up already. I found things with like 10 amp fuse in it before. It's got a 2 amp fuse in it. What's it supposed to be? It's supposed to be 2 amps, so that's fine. That's the correct fuse. That's good. Right, I need to find some stuff too. 60808 running at 4 megahertz. Volts and ohms, okay. We'll look at that. Ohms sense, right. So, does this have to do 4 wire? It says it's got ohms sense. Does that have to do 4 wires for ohms? I have to wonder about it. We'll find out, I guess. Amps check, right. That way. Let's get a reference out. 50 volts first. Nice easy one. Right, let's power it back up again. Did have the correct fuse in there. I really should have checked that before I powered it up. That was a bit neglectful. Should be more careful about that. I normally do check that. So we'll chuck the thing into volts, yes. PDVS2 mini, turn it on, and we'll see what we get with this. Then we'll check some other stuff like resistances and what have you. See if they seem to be working too. So 0 volts, do 1 volt. Well, it's registering 1 volt. Would I range it? Yeah, that's actually looking pretty good. Considering it's cold, it's warming up. It's drifting closer. Yeah, that's good. 1 volt. 2, not bad. Maybe it could be tweaked a little bit. I mean, it might be fine, but it's at least working. 3. It jumps around a bit, doesn't it? Yeah, look at that. 3's jumping around. 4 is jumping around. In fact, that relay clicked. There might be a sign of a dodgy relay. Okay, range up. That's looking fine. Range down. Jumping around. So 2 volts in that range. Once it's stabilised a little bit, it's looking fine. Okay, just pretty much, a little bit of drift there. That's all right. Oh, until it did that. Oh, I'm overflowing. Let's go 1.9 volts in. Alright, let's go up a range. And that's jumping everywhere. And there's a relay switching. So there's a relay here which isn't happy. Operating it might bring it right. We'll see. So we might have to pull it apart again and remove a relay cover to clean that up. Or we could just remove all the relay covers and clean all the relays. Still pretty bad. That could also be why the low range is fluctuating a little bit because those other relays are also a little bit dirty. Could be. Seems there's only one relay clicking. Doing that one, at least, on the volts range. No, still not happy. I'm assuming it's a relay. There you go. Now it's settling down. Yeah, see? Vibration changed it. I don't think it's wiring. Could be a front rear switch. Let's just operate that. Just to roll that out. Get that bit of a clean up as well. Still jumping around. Okay, so I'm pretty sure it's a relay. Not 100% sure, but pretty sure. Yeah, okay. So we could go with that. Right, so that's voltage is... Okay, we've got something going on there between... what's that? What range is that one? So that one's here. Is that 20 volt range, is it? 2 volts and 20 volt range. So let's call it 20 volt range. Must be what that is. Let's get a resistance and check that. Two wire, 4 wire selection is automatic. Okay, cool. I'll actually keep this next to my chair now. Right. Resistance box is out. Let's try ohms. Who knows, maybe more relay issues with this as well. It's possible. So I've got this at 0 right now. Auto range it. We are getting a little bit of jumping around. So this seems to be a common trend. Well, a common theme through this unit. So I'm suspecting that there are issues with relays for this as well. There you go, there's a relay click there. And that's jumping around as well. It may not be relays though. It's possible it's still something else. There's a read relay there. Thought I heard a click from a read relay. Unless I'm wrong. And there's that read relay in that box there, so it could be that. Right, auto mode again. That's what we get. 1 ohm. That's certainly going a bit crazy, isn't it? That one's looking good. Maybe it's just hiding it. No, it's hiding it. Yeah, no. Okay, let's do 10 ohms. Auto range it. $100 ohms. I mean, it is kind of working, but I'm fairly sure it's going to be relays. It may not be, but I'm fairly sure it is. So that's 100k. This is operating the switch on the back. It's also causing the relay to operate. It's auto ranging. Just to roll out the switch in the back, let's plug into the back. So look, which way is which? Now we've also got the sense wires. We could put the sense up as well, just to be sure. Let's put it on the rear terminals. See what we get now. Still everywhere. Okay, let's hook up the sense as well, just to be sure. Just in case. Put it back on the front for convenience. Still noisy. Nah. Well, that one's looking good. Interesting. That is looking better. Does it require sense then? Maybe it requires sensing. So we're 0 to 0 ohms. Just 1 ohm. 10 ohms. 100 ohms. Yeah, it looks like it requires a sensing. Maybe there's something wrong with sense switching. Or maybe there's something I need to do to allow for that. $10K is... Oh, is it me moving it? 10K is jumping a little bit. See 20K in case it's a switch issue. Yeah, okay. So that range has got some issues. It seems 0. Back to 10K. Okay. Upper range. See that dropping. So yeah, there's more issues going on here yet. So I'm doing 100K right now. And that's 10K. And do 1K. 1K is not looking too bad. Interestingly. Oh, now it is. So yeah, okay, that range is playing up as well. So like the 10K range up is playing up. And the, interestingly, the 20 volt range, that's probably a 20K range, isn't it? So 20 volt and 20K upwards are playing up. Is that coincidental? Might be time to look at the manual. Let's go look at the manual. But I'm guessing it's probably just relays. Let's have a look. Manuals. I did have it open, didn't I? Oh, I closed it again. What are we looking at? Keithley 195. I've got a few revisions. Which version is this one? I don't even know which version this is. 1982 J, version J. Okay, this is even later than the manuals I've got. Okay, show this up the top screen. I'll change views in a second. Right. Top screen, right. Let's find circuit diagrams for this thing for range switching. I mean, we haven't even checked voltages yet, but they should be right. Some of it's working. There's relays there. It's interesting, the relay switching is on this circuit diagram. Huh. DC AC high. Interesting. Okay, I'm not sure how relevant that part is. Not sure. You got a copy? Have you got the J version? I think I did find a copy on your website actually, Chris. I was looking for the manuals, and I think one of these might be from your site. I've got version, so I marked them as here. Got version A, C, and F. So that's what I've got anyway. Let's try to see if I can understand that part of circuitry. Display we don't care about. Let's zoom out a little bit. Digital circuit, probably don't care about that right now. Probably isn't that. There's inputs here. Here we go. Let's look at this stuff. Could well be in this bit. Just trying to determine if it's got a ladder in it. I think it does have a ladder in it. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I did get it from you. I know I found manuals on this site before, Chris. It's been, I think there's a couple of times I've actually found your site was the only one that did actually have it that I could find. So that's been very useful. 20 volt is going through a FET. And it's also going through a FET. K1. Yeah, K101. Switching both of those. But that's universal to both. Or is it? It's using that path for lower voltage. Yeah, here we go. K101. So this one here is doing the high voltage. And it's also doing a sense, I think. That would be that push switch. Is that right? For inputs, yeah. So that's the push switch. These are relays. K101, K102, and K101 is going through this path here as well. What's this doing? Divider there. So that's a voltage divider. So they'll be coming through this path here through K101. Potentially. I'm trying to understand what this is actually doing. Is that bypassing? That's coming through here. What is it doing? That can't be right, surely. Need to analyse this. Let's get closer. There must be a logical way of understanding this thing. So this is follow one of the inputs, right? Input high, follow that one through. So high sense input high. That switches to that one or this one, right? So it's assuming on front panel inputs. So we go through there. We go through that jumper, yellow and red, which goes to the AC board. Then goes through K102 here and K101 here. So K102, depending on position it's in, we either do the top of that ladder or that one. So it's like the millivolts range is going through this way, so I must be doing millivolts and stuff this side, and then a high voltage on this side. And K101 is doing nothing or going to the high sense. Not sure what that's doing. Reference high sense. I'm not sure. I might have to actually read the description of what it's doing. So if K101's in that way in a high sense, it's also that way, which means it's shoving the high sense through here. So K102 is switching that low voltage and that high voltage. So that one there, K102 must be bad. Unless it's a JFET, of course. And then K101 is doing the resistance sensing, I think. Because either picking it off from there or picking it off from here. But then that might still come back to K102 being faulty. Let's look at K102. I think that's probably going to be the one which is giving us trouble. Okay. Who is that? Who else we got? Since we kind of think we've got that. Since I believe it's a relay. FET drives, okay. Power supply. Should we check power supplies just to be absolutely sure? We probably should, shouldn't we? Just in case the regulator's a bit weak or something. So we've got TP4. Must be somewhere else, right? Let's check some. So we've got 4 regulators here, plus or minus 15, and 2 plus 5 volts, one analog, one digital, with isolated grounds. So plus or minus a shared ground. Actually, that's shared to that one. Digital is isolated ground. Is that a D there? Yeah, the D there. So that's isolated ground relative to these ones. Alright, so the 5 plus or minus 15 share the same common. Digital, not so much. Right. Checking with the scope. Yeah, well, I could. Actually, my throat's getting harsh. Let me just go and grab a drink. Something convenient. Not necessarily good for me, but convenient. Right, let's look at voltages. Let's change screens. Is it going to come? Is it going to come back? Yeah, there we go. I'll probably have to do something on here, otherwise it's going to go to sleep. So I'm going to check some voltages on this thing and figure out where they are first. I don't know where they are. So there's a plus and minus 15 volt and a 5 volt rail, which all share the same common. I can actually see some test pads. There's also a digital common and a digital. Here we go. It's got markings on the board. That's easy. Let's actually unplug these for now. Get this out of the way. If I unplug it, there we go. Looking all right. Should probably move this drink out of the way before I knock it over or something. Let's measure voltages, just to be sure. I mean, ideally I check it with a scope, which has been suggested to me by the live chat, by Chris in the live chat, just say that. But I'll just do DC and AC measurements and that'll be fine for now. I'm not too. I've replaced the cap, so there shouldn't really be any AC ripple anyway. I'm really checking for if the voltages look right. So 5 volt DC, yeah, that's looking alright. Yeah, let's get a better shot. I'm not quite sure where the other commons are. There's a shield right next to the test points, just like right up against them. So I'm not quite sure. I can go to there, can I? I can go to there, or there, even better, maybe. So I can just use that one as a common. That's close enough. Now there's two others down here which are somewhat touchy about getting onto them. Is that the common? There's plus 15 volts down slightly. Now these are right up against the casing. I've got to be careful not to short them out. That must be the 0 volt common for that chassis, well, for that rail. And check this one, minus 15. So the plus 15 is looking a little bit low. A little bit low, not horrendous though. Let's check for some AC ripple, just in case. Shouldn't be because I've replaced all the caps, but you never know. That's looking fine. Maybe I'll do millivolts AC actually. That one looks fine digital. And let's try and get onto the proper test points. Now I know where they are. 5 volt, nothing there. And which was that? That was the nails. Jesus, come on, can't get in there. I'm worried about shorting this out, so I'm going to be really careful. If I slip, I'll short it against the casing. Nothing there. Did I get the right one? Yeah. And nothing there either. Yeah, I'll use that. Okay, that's fine. So, no ripple. One of them's a little bit low, but not much. I think the power supplies are okay. Yeah, I mean, if it is like 14.5, I'd be starting to get a bit more concerned about it. That's where I'm sort of thinking the regulator's getting a bit weak, or it's a bit out of spec. Regulators do fail. They can go out of whack and just shift off a little bit because they've got an internal reference diode, and it's based on that. And so they can go a bit funny sometimes. They've been stressed or overheated or whatever it may be. So they can go bad. Not often, but I've seen it happen. I've come across it would have been out of whack and I've had to replace them. Usually it's it might just be aging, to be honest. It's, you know, they get old and they're just not quite right anymore. You just take it out, drop a new one in, and you're good again. Yeah, that what the spec is. Was it 5% spec accuracy on those regulators? 785s and 7815s. I thought it was like a 5% accuracy. Memory. I think it was 5%. Pretty sure something like that. I remember reading it a while ago anyway. So power supplies are good, which means we come back to relays. Let's turn it off. Let's take relays apart. Let's put a drink over there. I don't normally like to have a drink though when I'm working. Because I could probably take the whole thing off like that, couldn't I? I could, but I think there's a relay in here, wasn't there? Yeah, so that relay cover needs to come off. We'll clean that one. Well, let's do them all. Obviously, the only one I can't do is that relay there. We've got 3 relays. There's only 2. I think that's another relay there as well. Yeah. So should be able to get the cover off. This is where this tweezer comes in. So I've taken the top cover back off this one here again. Now what I'm going to do, actually I might just shove this through here to help hold it in place. So it's moving around quite so much. I'm going to try and get these tweezers underneath this cover and basically separate the sides from the base, and hopefully I can do that without damaging anything and remove the cover. That's the plan. I've done this many times in the past with different bits of equipment, and as long as you're careful we can actually do it and get it out the sides of the relay casing and just remove the top cover without removing the relay or anything. So it can be a bit fiddly to do, but yeah, you can see that's moving around, that cover. So there is, the option of getting it off. So we'll see how we go. I might have to do one side at a time or something. I'm not quite sure how we go. Sometimes you just do one side and that's all you need to do. So, but there's not much gap under here to get underneath it in order to release the thing. So I'm not quite sure where the actual retention part is. I think it's just on the side there, that little dot just there. Yeah, that's retention right there. I'll show you. So you got that vertical part there, see that? So that's what's actually holding it. So another option is to just shove something in there and just leave that out. That might be the better way actually. Let's see if I can I don't know if I can do this without blocking the camera. See if I can get this in there. Sometimes you can do it this way, sometimes you can't. This isn't necessarily the best thing to do this with. Try and do it without blocking the camera is the hard bit, I think. Let me get something smaller or different. Let's get a screwdriver. See if we can get a flat in there from a screwdriver. Get a really small one. We'll see if I can get this in there, get underneath it and just leave it out. That's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, that'll kind of do it. You heard it correctly. I'm in the way, of course. See that? So basically I'll try and get one side up, then I can sort of hold it over and then try and get something shoved down there. It's kind of, no, it's not where you want them to go. So this is going to be a fiddly one, but all I've really got to do is get something down the sides and then I should be able to lift the top straight off. It's just going to be fiddly. Oh dear. This one's going to be a tight fit. Of course it's going to be a tight fit, isn't it? Come on. I'll shove that down in here. No, this is going to be a pain, isn't it? That has got no play in it whatsoever. Not enough. Another thing I've done in the past, which works, is to get a scalpel and just cut inside there to create a little chamfer, so it helps it to come off. Trying to anyway. Just trying to create a bigger opening to get the thing out, basically. This helps to, like a little ramp, so what I'm trying to do is cut a little ramp into it so it helps it to slip off more easily, rather than having a hard edge, which is what they're designed with. Sometimes you can do it. Okay, let's try to put it on the other side. Before I realise that it's hard as this is going to be annoying. It should be easy, but it isn't. The other way is to crack it and not worry about it. Done that before too, not on purpose though. The scalpel's not the best either. The tips are broken off ages ago, so this doesn't have the super sharp tip on it. Alright, let's see if that's made any improvement. I'll put my glasses on so I can see better too. Come on, there's capacitors in the bloody way, isn't it? Of course it is. Why would it be easy? So that side is basically out, right? That's actually coming off there. Let me just try and lever that side up with the tweezers. Right, that side is kind of lifted up. So if I release the other side, it should start moving. If I can release the other side. So we can get down their side and lever it out. See, in theory, it's also easy. Did I get it? This side's lifted now. This side's off. I think the other side popped back down again. I'm not sure. There we go. Gotcha. Alright. Okay. After much messing around, the top is off. Now we can clean it. It may not even be this relay. It's probably one of the other ones, but we have to do the same thing for all of them. could really use some lunch as well. My stomach's growling. Let's have a snack bar. Something I prepared earlier. Right, got some Gelset, got some paper, just to clean the relay contacts up there. Just going to eat this first and we'll carry on. Whilst we're doing that, we should probably read the manual actually. Just in case it isn't this. Right. Nothing else in there we can look at. Lots of blank pages, that's interesting. Doesn't look right, does it? Sometimes a manual will tell you what's engaged in which mode. And I'll say, you know, relay X is on or whatever. Sometimes they say that. I'm just not sure if there's anything. I think it's got some internal test sequences. Might take a bit more study. It's not something as simple as a relay. It's going to take a bit more study to figure out what's going on. Here you go. This is what I was talking about. Switching. You got 711. What's 711? You got 711. And I'm looking at 712. 710. Where's 711? This is a missing one. 712 I've got here. So we got, go through these switches here and each step. So the only differences between 2 volts and 20 volts is Q18 or Q118 in that section. Let's just look at, let's ignore the ohms one for now. Let's just look at the voltage one because that's simpler to trace, and it might even be a common issue. What else? AC, current DC. Okay, so well, that's not mentioning a relay, is it? Interesting. Didn't mention a relays. Yes, I'm missing it. I have it here. Sorry, I wasn't looking far enough, was I? Relay 1. Interesting. Oh, right, okay. So relay 1 is energized and low in the low ones, which are working. All those are working. When it turns off, it stops working. So that says relay 1, which is what we kind of determine for the circuit diagram anyway. And resistances. The lower ones working, but was it the 100k, 10k range wasn't working? which is interesting because that's different. Was it 10k range was playing up? I've forgotten now. Because it was working up to a certain point, and then it played up. It was 10k or 100k. We were testing, so either 20k to 200k range. Which one played up? Because that would be interesting, because it's relay 1 shared, but relay 1 doesn't turn off until we get to the 2 megaohm range. I'm pretty sure the 200k range was playing up. It shares those transistors, so it's not going to be there, and they're all common between them. They will get shared. So do those. I don't know, maybe relay 2 is a bit flaky as well. I don't know. Don't know. I have to maybe look at that again. Right. So where are the parts that cause relay 1 and relay 2? Because I didn't see a board layout diagram. Maybe I skipped past it. Is that what's on those empty pages at the back? Layouts, which are missing. Let's get the diagram out. Get revision C. Let's get this one out. You can stay in the window. Tom! My cat is outside the door meowing at me again. We've played that game. Right. So that relay we're pulling apart now is K504. And then we've got K101 and K102 on the bottom board. Left to right. So, could be either one of those. I'm probably thinking it's K101. It's referring to it as R1, which I think is probably means this drops the first part of it. But it's interesting why it's not keeping the same conventions. Cat, will you stop meowing? He really wants to come in. I don't know if you can hear him or not. He's going to drive us all nuts at this rate. Well, I think it's a double pole relay. All double pole relays, so yeah, quite possible it's just the relay contacts which are being used. Okay, well, let's clean this one up, then we'll go to the next layer. I'll be nice to get that board out to get that relay cover off. No, probably be alright. Could that be annoying? So no, I clean this relay. I don't think it's this one. I think it's the other ones. But we'll just clean them all anyway. Let's get done with it. Shut up! Shut up! No! Shut up! Go away! You can't go do cat things. Right. Just change back to that. Let's get this away. We'll do something silly. Bloody cat drives me nuts. Right, let's clean this relay. Now, there's different techniques for this. My favourite, which is pretty simple, is literally a piece of paper. Let's get a strip of it and put some deoxit on it, like so. Stick it in the relay contacts, and then pull the lever over and just run it through there. And you can't see what I'm doing because my hands are in the way. Here, I'll change which hands I'm using. Right. So just a bit of that, gently pushing the lever over. This is the actual bar of the relay, so it's actually pinching the contacts closed. Don't do it too hard. You just do it enough to create some tension, so the contacts actually turn a touch. So you're actually rubbing between the contacts, and that is actually looking pretty good. I'm not really seeing anything on there. Now I've also got the inner contacts which you need to get to, which we have to separate first. This might be too wide to get through there now. I made it too big. Let's make this a bit narrower. So just try and get so you can see what I'm doing. So push the bar over, get this between the contacts, then let the bar go. Alright. Then you just do that. Alright, now this one, it's a bit hard to see them. Now you can see them there or not. Kind of see it there. Try and move my hand eventually. Oh. I think I've missed. I did, I missed. Come on. There we go. Right, now it's through there. So you can see that's, oops, slipped out the top. Let's put my glasses on so I can see what I'm doing. I can't see enough detail. Probably you can't either. That's better. Yeah. Let's put this through here. Between the rear contacts, ones which are normally closed. And let's run that through there. Now, that's got very little tension on it. So what I'm going to do is just get the bar and just, or the actual contacts themselves, and just squeeze them very gently. Just to create slightly more tension. Right, that's cleaning the normally closed contacts. So if the relay is not energized, it's using those contacts. When it is energized, it's using the other ones. The first ones are clean. So, and I think, depending on what the actual usage pattern is of the actual device, it could be one or the other which needs cleaning more than the other, you know. It really depends. The reason I use paper, because it's very mildly abrasive. Not much. Can you see a little line on there? I can't see what the camera can see. There's a really faint little line just there, so I did get a little bit of dirt off that one. It's not too bad though, so I don't think that relays the issue anyway. But we've done that one, we've eliminated that one now, as that should work fine. We can put this cover back on again. Get it line up. Okay, that's that one done. Now we've got to move all this out of the way and get to the ones on the bottom board. Got the munches too, yeah, indeed. Cat totally understood me. Yeah, I'm sure cats speak English. Let's unplug all this again. Take this board out completely. In fact, I'm saying cats speak English. That's not quite the right term, is it? Because they don't speak English, definitely. Whether they can comprehend English is a different matter. Now, these are ones that are going to be a pain to get into because they're so close together. This might be hard. This could be problematic. I can't get between those two relays to get to the pin to release them. What do I do about this? Because the alternative is to take the board out and desolder the relay. I had to do it to one of them. It's a shame they're not in sockets. That would have been convenient. I don't really want to take the board back out again to desolder the relay. It's not hard getting it out. I've only got I could probably just lift it. It'd be fine. I'm not like recapping it this time. I'm doing manipulation. I probably could just lift it up, the whole back panel, everything, without taking everything back off again. What I have to do is unhook probably that one there for the front panel, keep that out of the way. Yeah, I probably could if I'm careful. It's just a shame I can't get in there. Yeah, why are they putting so damn close together? There's no way I'm going to get in there to get that inner release off. There's no way. I'm going to have to desolder a relay. That's irritating. Right. Well, unfortunately, it looks like these relays are so close together, I can't dismantle them in place. I'm going to take that ball back out again. They're like that. There's almost no gap between them. So that's an issue. I can't get in there to release the catches on the inside edges. It's probably not enough to actually bend the things outwards. So I'm going to have to actually take this ball back out, remove a relay, and then I can then do it. And I think that's the relay we actually need to work on. I don't know about this one, but that's what we need to do. Another way could be like drill a little hole in the top and just slide something down. That's a bit of a bodge. I think it's better if I take the ball back out. But because I'm not doing what I was doing before, with all recapping and manipulating the whole thing back and forwards, I'm happy leaving the back panel attached and not taking so much stuff off. So I could probably, I don't know if I even need to take this off now. Probably would do. I'll probably unplug the input jacks from the front again. That ribbon or that cable there. Take that back off again, and unplug this, and then just lift that whole piece out in one go, and then working it that way. I think it's going to be okay. So a bit of a pain taking it all apart again, but it's necessary. Damn it! See, I knew that was going to happen. It's like inevitable. You get to the point. Oh yeah, it's all right. I don't need. I've put it back together now. Yeah, now you got to take it all apart again. Take it all back apart. Of course. Anyway, that's fine. It's not a big a deal. This is easy. Certainly been harder things to work on. Oh, the cat's come back. I think he got bored doing his cat things. I think part of the problem is he can hear me talking, and because he can hear me, he wants to come and spend time with me. All my cats Well, not actually my cats, all the cats. Just love bloody hanging around me all the time. They all really like me. It's irritating at times. You always want to sit on me and everything. It's just, oh, Jesus, come on. Give us some space. A lot of times I'll shut the door in this room just to keep them out so I can get some peace away from them. They drive me nuts. Really clingy. Not very independent at all. No, Tom, that's right, he's still meowing. Oh, it takes other screws out. I don't get me filed it otherwise. Alright, let's lift this up and try not to put any leverage on it. Because we don't want to break off those bolts that hold the GPIB connector together. Right. Better turn the soldering stuff back on again. Wasn't expecting to need that again. So, the relays, which I cleaned up annoyingly. I'm going to hang this on. I don't like putting pressure on that. Rest it on that stud in the middle. There we go. Hang it off the edge of the desk. So, I'm going to take off which relay? That one got less pins on it. One relay's got less pins than the other one. That's what I'm going to take off. Yeah. One's only a single pole relay, one's a dual pole relay. So I'm going to take the single pole one off because it's got less to desolder. And where's my remote gone? I'll put it away. I haven't put gloves back on, have I? That's a bit remiss of me, isn't it? Let's see how we go with this. This could be popping. Well, it's certainly sucking up better. And that relay is actually moving around, that's good. Some of the pins are actually loose. Not all of them. Can't tell which ones have come out. So I've got the board out, I'm just in the process of desoldering it now. I'm just trying to get the actual pins desoldered. There's two relays here. One has got 8 pins, one has got 5 pins. Guess which ones I'm taking out. So I've already started desoldering it. There we go. It's out. Really? They actually bent the pins outwards. See that? They actually bent the pins outwards to the circuit board because they've got a guide trace running between them. Interesting. Right, now we've got to get this relay apart. And then we'll do the other one in place. Now I've actually got it like this, it's probably going to be easier to do, because now I can just literally get this and shove it out the sides, like that. Okay, then that's going to be releasing those clips. Then all I'm going to do is get another thing and lever it out. It should be easy now, the relay's actually out of the board. If I'm lucky. It's probably going to prove me wrong, isn't it? Try and get hold of the thing. I'm trying not to lever anything I don't want to break. Okay. There it is. Let's get cleaning it. Yeah, the big pliers of knowledge, yes indeed. That's definitely a thing. Vice of knowledge, wasn't it? I had something. What did I call it? I had something I was playing with once. What did I call it? I think I called it. I think it was pliers of. I think it was pliers as well, actually. Pliers of discovery. I think I called it something like that. Anyway, I don't know. Inspired by Clive. There's no real dirt showing on this side, at least. But then it wasn't this side that was playing up, it was the other side. It was I think it's the other relay. Those look clean. I've done the sort of thing before with there's a little bit of dirt on that one, the inner one again. I've done the sort of thing before with the Fluke 5450, right, 5450A resistance standard thing. Pulled relays apart on that and cleaned all those up many times. Actually done it 3 times I think. I've since purchased some more relays, managed to find some. Supposedly new old stock, but I think they actually were. Anyway, let's get this other relay out. Oh, I don't know, should I take it out or should I just try and do it in place? Certainly comes off a lot easier if I take the thing out. Shall I just take it out? I think it's going to be fine, let's take it out. I think it's going to be easier than messing around with it actually. So that's right, my thing was something of intrigue, wasn't it? Something of intrigue, I called it something of intrigue. I think it's pliers, I don't remember. I did it a couple of times. I thought that would be a nice little thing, you know, just a bit of a nod to Clive. But I never really did it again. pliers and a vice. Yeah. Probably, yeah. I know Sinners uses pliers. I don't know what he calls it, but yeah. Well, it's not moving yet. Let's see which pins are holding it. Yeah, I was wondering about the squeezing, but it didn't seem to be enough. What are the tweezers? Put them away again. No. That's going to be a pain, isn't it? You reckon I should try the squeeze technique now? You know what? You might actually be onto something. It looks like it might actually move enough. I'm almost there now, though. Why didn't you suggest that 20 minutes ago? Come on. So it's out now. Yeah, I mean, it kind of looks like it might work actually. Squeezing it. You're bloody kidding me. No, it's only got one side which is going. No, I think we're saved here. The squeeze isn't working. Okay, you're off the hook, David. It almost works. It's probably not be good for a screwdriver reason. Anyway. Out. Let's put the screwdriver away before I wreck it. It's one of the nice ones. Should be using rubbish screwdrivers in it, really. Anyway. Let's clean this one. I like suggesting stuff. But that's what this whole thing's about, David. You're supposed to be engaged and... yeah, I don't know, engaged in something, I don't know. You know, the other part of this is that I'm also getting feedback from you guys about things that you do and approaches that you... I mean, I don't know everything. That's certainly not. I only know what I've figured out myself along the way and what other people have suggested to me as things you can do. Right, so I'm certainly not an expert. So there's a lot of things that I could certainly do better if other people said, hey, there's a better technique at that. You could try doing this. And I've done that in the past and I've learned things from that, which is great. So, but yeah, being part of the live streamers means you can give me your opinions and, you know, tricks of the trade, I suppose you could say. I don't know. Are tricks of the trade? I don't know, maybe. You know, that's all a part of it. I'm always open to other people's ideas. You know, I'm not closed-minded like that. If you think there's a way, I mean, I may disagree. You know, I might be saying, oh yeah, I've tried that in the past, it didn't work. You know, that kind of thing. That can happen, but there's no harm in having things suggested. it breaks, it's your fault. No, it's not. It's my fault because I'm the one that did it. And if it breaks, it breaks. I mean, these things, they're old, you know, brittle plastics and whatever. You know, it's fine. You know, things go wrong sometimes. It's not always going to be perfect. But ultimately, it's my choice. If you give me, a recommendation or something, or a suggestion, it's up to me to decide whether or not it's a valid suggestion in the end, or whether it's going to apply to this situation or not. Obviously, you can't always just assess whether it's a suitable suggestion. You can have your opinion about you think it might work. It's a possibility, something to try. That's fine. But ultimately, I'm the one that's doing it. If it breaks, it's on me. But I can see where you're coming from now. It's fine. I'm getting some dirt off this one, which is good. So, got the other relay out, clean it up, and we've got a little bit of dirt in there. You can see that mark there. That was anything on the other side. Yeah, there's a little bit of a mark there on that side as well. So, yep. And a bit more in here. So, yeah, that relay's definitely getting cleaner. There was a bit of debris in here, a bit of dirt, so it may be what it takes. Slight bit of resistance on the contacts, a bit of tarnishing. Don't take much. I mean, there's no gold contacts, so, yeah. Anyway, I'll clean it a little bit more, then I'll put it back together, and we'll try it again. I hope our killer actually works this time. You feel bad? Nah, doesn't matter. If it is like a $5,000 piece of equipment, and what you suggest makes it break, that could be different. But this is a $300 multimeter, whatever it is. It's like, yeah, this is a video content thing. This is making video. Do I really need this thing? No. Do I have a use for it? No. I got it because it is relatively cheap and I can make a video with it. And sometimes if things break, oh well, there's some more content. I'm quite relaxed about it. If it's something which has only had one off, like it was like my 3458A for example, or it's on my calibrator, one of those things, and it broke it when it was basically okay, that would probably be different. Yeah, I'm not. Things like this. These are cheap. It's just a cheap multimeter. Although I expect it wasn't cheap at the time. It's not really worth much now, right? So it wouldn't really be a risk. I'll be fine. Doesn't bother me at all. Not everything goes perfect in life. So let's put that back in. Try and put that back in. I should have my gloves on, but I don't. That one pin is not quite going in there. That must be the last one I desoldered. Let me just remelt that. Try and remelt that. Too much solder left on it. There we go. Think that's in. It's a bit of work. I wasn't going to blame David. It's going to be tricky. I know I tend to work, well, I tend to put too much solder on stuff when I'm working on it. I tend to put quite a generous amount on. Some people put far less on, they got like just enough to actually make a connection. I tend to make them a bit more, I don't know, filleted, I suppose. I tend to put quite a bit in. So it's not always the best way of doing it, I suppose, but that's what I like to do. I like to put a generous amount on. Let's get my flux clean again. Seems the sensitive area of the board. I'll leave the extractor going for now to help get rid of some of the fumes. So the relays are back in. Trying to clean up again. It's annoying because I already cleaned this area before, but this time it should be a bit easier to do because I already cleaned it once, and this is all fresh instead of old flux. It's now new flux. Right, give this a dry off and we can put it back together. Okay, happy with that. Looks pretty good. Hope that works. At least I've cleaned all the relays now. Obviously, we haven't there's read relays because we can't clean them anyway. I hope it's not a read. So that's a bit annoying if it is a read. Fumes are still quite bad, so I'm not going to turn it off yet. Just turn the soldering gear off though. I'm finished with that. And make some space. Same problem with the workspace I've got, it's really small. People don't really appreciate how small this workspace is. This is only a small room, it's only 3 meters by 3 meters. It's a small room. As well. Things are in, get it all in. This is the last time I took the board out. Am I tempting fate by putting it all back together fully? Am I? Potentially. Let's do it anyway. At least now I've done it once. It should be easier to do the second time around. Right. Right. Did I mess it up? I hope not. They're fitting weird. Is that the wrong cover? It is the wrong cover. It's this cover. I'll turn this off now. Fumes are basically gone. Right. Put this away before I forget about it and just cut myself. Next board. Yeah, I'm very fussy about how I do them. I mean, I've seen people put, like, I don't know, like a watch, like Paul Daniels doing soldering and stuff like that. And obviously others as well, but Paul Daniels one I've seen quite a lot. He uses the minimal amount of solder, and I mean it's fine. I mean, in most circumstances, it's probably perfectly fine. But I see what he does, and it's like I would put a bit more on myself. But I mean, he doesn't seem overused. But you know, he knows what he's doing. Is a very skilled person. But my preference is to put a little bit more on. I'm an over-engineer. I over-engineer things. Anything I do, I over-engineer. I make it strong and robust and overdo it. You know, over-engineering is a thing where you do too much, and that's me. Yeah, well, it would be, yeah, but we don't know what's wrong with it yet. I'm assuming relays. It's likely relays. We'll find out very soon. Alright, it's just, I'll put the PDVS2 Mini over there. It's hiding at the back. We'll test our voltage again. Right, so pull the relays out, clean them, put it back together again. I think I've plugged everything back in. Let's see what happens. Right. Auto range. Suspicious about that. So let's do 100 millivolts. That's fine. 10 millivolts. See that I'm suspicious about. See that 10 millivolt range? 1 millivolt. This is what this thing's different about now. I remember now. This has got these really low ranges. Like millivolt range. Yeah, I think it's got 1 millivolt range as minimum. Right, so this noise on the 1 millivolt range is suspicious. 10 millivolt range. 100 millivolt range has got a little bit of noise there. Still not sure out of the woods yet. There could be issues with JFETs. 1 volt looks fine. 10 volts. It's still jumping around. So, not relays then. That's disappointing. We're going to actually have to do some thinking then. So the thing is, Edison, with your comment there, if I knew what was wrong with it, I could replace it. But part of it is we just put it apart, recapped it. I don't think you were here for the beginning of it. So you put it apart, recapped it, put it back together again, and then assessed it. Because it hasn't been powered up yet. I've never even powered it until today. So, and that's after I'd already recapped it. All right? So I didn't actually know what condition it's in, didn't know what faults were present. So now I've recapped it, put it back together. Now it's safe to power it and not worry about power supply issues, and it also eliminates all those sorts of things as being issues straight away, because the power supplies are definitely going to be good now. We've already verified that, and now we can look at what's going on. So there's obviously issues here with voltage ranges. Although that's looking improved. Looks like it's at 20 volt range, isn't it? I could go at 10 volt, but it's a 20 volt range. It's still being erratic. That may or may not be a sign of it. It might just be being hidden. But the 20 volt range is definitely dodgy. Two volt range looks fine. So, let's go down to 200 millivolt range. A little bit of noise in that range there. So, there could be issues with JFETs. You know, that looks like, yeah. Pressing the board. Sometimes pressing on the board will change things. If it's a dodgy connection, no apparent change. So, yes. So we've got 10 volt range, and like 100 millivolt range might be okay. Or 200 millivolt range. Is it? Overflow. Hold on. That one there. 100 millivolt range might be alright. got a little bit of stabilisation, but it no, maybe not. So okay, milliwatt ranges. I've got problems, all right. Yeah, definitely bad there. So we probably got JFET problems. Yay! Who doesn't like that? Let's check resistance again. I should record the video. So yeah, definitely got some problems here. There'll be lower millivolt ranges because it's got 1 millivolt. Well, I think it's 2 millivolt, 20 millivolt, 200 millivolt ranges. I think that's the special feature of this. It's got these low ranges on it as well. So most meters are like 200 millivolt range minimum. This has got a 2 millivolt range. So you know that's the special thing about this one. But they're playing up, which makes you think JFETs, because probably JFET switching in a minute. It could even be reed switches. It's possible to be reed switches. I'd have to look in more detail about that. I know there was JFET switching in there, and that makes me suspicious about that. JFETs do go bad. So let's actually hook up now and check resistance and see if we get any difference with the resistance, in case that's any different. It may or may not be. Don't know. So ohms. Auto range that. What we got here? All 0 right now. That's now all 0. I think it's all 0. Yeah. Got something there all the time now. How did I make that worse? Just make sure these are definitely okay. Work the front rear switch again. Okay, well, that's interesting. So we got something actually worse now, clean the relays. That's curious. Right, that's not the direction I was hoping to go in. Have I plugged something wrong? No. Not that I can see. Curious. Okay, resistance is being weird. Why is resistance being weird now? Before it was at least kind of working. Haven't crossed them over. What did I do? What did I do? That's that bolt there. Now it's more than the guards. It's I forgot the guards get to the box. There's no guard over here. I'm not worried about that. I did. This is the same connection I had before when I did the first testing. But now it's not working correctly. Have I somehow messed that relay up? Hey, Sloth Tech, I didn't actually there, sorry. Seems that's not working at all now on resistance. That's concerning. I seem to have made something worse. That's not what we want. So I don't drop a screw in here whilst it's powered on. That would also be bad. Would it be wise to take it off? Turn the power off, you reckon? Maybe I should. Just to be sure. Because that's all this board here. So the only thing that's different is that relay there. Unless I haven't plugged something back in. Probably maybe when I plugged something in I have misaligned or not seated properly. Let's check the pins on that multi-way connector. They look fine. So not that. Maybe when I cleaned that relay I disturbed the contacts a bit. Maybe I did actually bend something whilst I was trying to clean it. Could happen. Let's try the bend technique, shall we? Oh, it does bloody work, damn it. White's definitely going to white, black is going to black, blue's going to blue, yellow's going to yellow, red's going to red. They're all correct. This one's going to the switch, are all in their correct places. And they also need bedded in properly. Yeah. Yeah, I can't fault those connections. Let's just stick this screw back in again, helps hold it aligned. So if I do 1K ohms, auto range, that's working. What? Is it working now? Now all I have to do is take the covers back off. Yeah, bloody is, isn't it? Maybe it was resting against the actuator a little bit or something on the casing. Maybe it wasn't quite bedded in properly. Maybe this was sitting funny. Don't see how. Okay, well, so I was getting 400k, wasn't it? Was the one that's giving trouble? 10k. Yeah, 10k jumping around. So the issue on the resistance is still there. 1k's good. 10k jumping around. 100k. Yep, so it's the 20k range, 200k range. And there's meg ohms there. Also jumping around. So, yeah. So the 2k range is correct. That's working fine. 2k down's alright. So 20k, 200k upwards. Should probably make a note of this so I can keep track of what's going on. Interesting. Let's put this cover back on again. And do 1k again. Instead of 100 ohms. Yeah, that's fine. That maybe it was one of these connections a bit dodgy. And just moving it slightly got it going again. I did say before they didn't feel very tight, did I? So it'll seem alright. Taking that one off, plug it back on again. That's the black wire. Yeah. I don't know. It's working again. Don't like issues like that. Okay, so we've still got issues with multiple ranges, so it's actually going to take some thought and consideration. I need to go for a pee. I shall be back shortly. Right, no cat sneaked in while I was not here. That's nice. So, I need to make some notes. There will be some commonality between the voltage issue and the resistance issue. So I need to get my little notepad here from somewhere. Which notepad? I'll use this one. So we've got, I'm already forgetting you see, so I need to make notes. 2K, so 10K, 10K, 100K. Oh, well, it's actually 20K, isn't it? 20K, keep going that. 20K, 200K, 2 meg. I'm guessing it's 2 meg. I don't know if there's any more ranges than that, is there? Let's do something sensible so I can understand what it is. It's 100K there. So that's the 1 meg range. 100K range, 1 meg range, or 2 meg range. There's a 20 meg range, which is also showing instability. That's it, okay. So all those top ranges are bad on resistance. We'll recheck the also that thing where it wouldn't work with their ohm sensing. That also might be another issue to check, isn't it? Let's look at that actually, the ohm sensing thing. Actually, yeah, leave it unplugged. Let's go back down again and we'll do that. So I'm doing 1K. Yeah. Doing 10 ohms. Maybe the automatic switching is based on ranging. I don't know what range it's supposed to be using, so maybe it requires it on certain ranges. Yeah, that might require some investigation, but it looks like the 200 ohm range is happy without it. None of the others are. Just a consideration. Alright, so let's plug it back into the voltage source. Obviously I haven't done amps and AC yet either. So, I don't know. Let's check the voltages again. So I've forgotten. Where do I range it? So you've got 1 millivolt is noisy. So it's actually 2 millivolt range, isn't it? 2 millivolt range. 20 millivolt. It's 200. Would you say 200 millivolts is yeah, I'd say it's drifting as well. 200 millivolts, 200 slightly. Two watt range is fine. $10 maybe. Yeah, I mean it's sort of, is that drifting or not? Is that just noise? No, it's drift there. It's jumped in. Okay. So 20 volt. Keep 20. Wrong thing again. 20 volt. The 100 volt looks fine. Yeah, that looks fine. Okay, so we've got some stuff to look at. If I stick a short across here, should have one here somewhere. Let's see what we get with short. You know, even jumping around on a short, so. Yeah, that's completely not normal. So the 2-volt line, yeah, 2-volt range looks basically fine. I mean, 1 digit, that's definitely not right. Yeah. I mean, 1 or 2 digits is probably okay. Yeah, but okay, so that's what we've got, excluding amps and AC. I think that's enough to work on for now. So, I did the camera recording all that time. Was I recording the entire time? What's the problem with not having it on screen? I can't see what's doing. Oh, well, we'll cover it here. Right, let's go and see what this does. Right, circuit diagrams, let's find those again. Different manual, so yeah. So we've got fit drivers in here. It's running from a 4094 shift register. Just trying to see what we've got here. I mean, it could be a dodgy driver, you never know. So let's look closer. So we've cleaned the relays. We know those should be good now. So we've eliminated something. So we've got $20 millivolts, 200 millivolts, and 2-volt range here through this JFET. Now, interesting, I've got the 2-volt range looks kind of okay. So that's a little bit curious. What's that one used for? Minus 15 volts, that's bootstrapping. Got no connection there. The 20 volt was bad, but the 200 volt was okay. But that's the same JFET. So that's a little bit confusing because you've got some conflicting tests here, at least in the voltage one. I mean, it's not got 2 millivolts, it's got 20 millivolts. Let's get the other manual back out again. Which I don't know if it's different or not for the diagram. The diagram's slightly better quality actually. Yeah, it's the same. Just in case they change the ranges in later vision or something, but now I'm confused because that's using the same path for those 3 ranges, but only 2 of them seem to be playing up. I mean, maybe the 2-volt range is playing up, but it's just behaving a little bit better. I mean, it could be get Q109, but to have 2 JFETs playing up, because this one here as well, I'm not sure about that. Any suggestions, anyone? I might actually have to read the circuit theory just to clarify some stuff. So independent drives, sensing, so 1 kilovolt. So 1 kilovolt's coming off this ladder here, and that appeared to be okay. 200 volts coming through here, but it's also from that point in the ladder, but the 20 volts seem to be playing up. So, or is it a 200 volt is playing up, but it's scaled down so much you don't really see it? It's possible. So if that point in the ladder is okay, it means this pass through of the actual ladder will be okay, or it's just quiet enough for them to see it. If it's on all of them, that's good. So it's like K102 is changing sensitivity. So K102 is switching between this higher voltage ladder and the lower voltage FET drive here. I find it weird there'd be 2 issues. It all passes through this, which is on that 8th C board. Yeah, well, I'm sort of wondering, I mean, obviously that's the common point there, right? It's going into the input buffer and passing through, right? So that's all the actual, there's some more ladder there as well. That's a good point. So that's a feedback for the op-amp input buffer. So that's scouting the input buffer. Okay. Could be one of them messing up the input buffer feedback. I mean, for it to be across multiple things, or in this plot here, that seems weird, right? It doesn't seem quite right. Multiple faults, multiple faults are certainly possible, but I've hit it many, many times. I'm working on it right now, the Keysight 237, but it's unusual to have so many parallel faults in a similar circuit which hasn't been overloaded, or probably not overloaded. Let's look at the resistance one, and then keeping in mind this input buffer scaling, because it could be that. It could be the op-amp and the input buffers, or the actual divider, JFET's in there. So we've got resistance as well. I'm not quite sure which ones of those it's using. So we've got two here. Where's the ohm source? And the ohm's low down here. These don't appear to be scaled, so that brings us back over here. Not in the same like finite levels that we were seeing. So yeah, we'll look at this bit. So op amps always a thing I suspect, because op amps do go bad, but it's more likely something to do with one of these JFETs. Could be op amp, but or maybe one of these resistors are a little bit dodgy. Again, can happen. If they're carbon composites from ages ago, they could go bad, get noisy. Possible. So let's need to look at this. 117, 118, 119. That was mentioned in that that chart, which I should have noted what page it was on. Where are we? So 117 is using across those ranges. Those appear to work. 118 and 117 is used here. 117 is used on 2 volts, which may have been okay. 20 volts may or may not have been okay. Not 100% sure. It looked a little bit dodgy. 200 was definitely bad. 118 and 117 as well. 20 millivolts. Doesn't mention 2 millivolts range again. I'm sure it's 2 millivolts. Maybe I'm misinterpreting that. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, Chris, is whether there's a common feedback which has caused that problem. I mean, this is obviously the switching for that section. So 118 is times 10, 119 is times 100, 117 is times 1. So the resistance ranges 20k, but it's got 2 sets here, so it's switching part way through maybe. It's interesting the way it lists 2 lots. Not sure what the N1, N2 and 3, 4 is. Not sure what those are referencing. Might have to look at that but in more detail. 200k is times 2, it's both together. And the 2 meg, one or the other. And 20 meg is, yeah, okay, so it could be either one. But even then, the 2k is using the same and they're fine. They're still not quite making sense. What's the difference between, say, 2k and 200k? Using Q122 instead of 121. But 2 meg, 20 megs using 15. 200 ohms, 2K. 2K is alright, so those were okay. 122. Again, it's a split across two different devices. This is 122 and 115. Yeah, there must be multiple stages and ranges in here or something. I'm just wondering what this N1 through to 4 is. I think I want to find out what that is, because that might be related. That's test modes and operating modes. Well, wouldn't they be the same if it's operating? I think I'm going to need to sit down and study this thing. And figure out what the common point is there. There must be one thing which is wrong, which is affecting the whole thing. There must be something in there. I mean, maybe I should just read the circuit description. Yeah, I mean, I've already been streaming for 5.5 hours, so yeah. I thought this would be a nice quick one to do, apparently not. So I think I might need to sort of sit down and read the actual manual here. I dare say it. And just find the circuit description information and read how it describes it and look for things which are in common. That's operation. Theory of operation. Right, so 6.1 in here. I'm not sure how much reading this is going to be. Let's have a quick look, see if there's anything stands out. Look at this bit. So it's using minus 14 volts to turn the FETs off. So that's the voltage you should be seeing when we do testing. That's interesting. I'll make it bigger so you can see it easier. Yes. That didn't help much. This sort of makes it nice and clear about which one's which, doesn't it? But yeah, getting this, I don't know, did I make mistakes when I was trying to get my notes together here about which ranges are given the trouble? Yeah, I might actually look at those test modes as well. Yes, I'm actually live. Drew, I'm just trying to fix something and it's taking a bit of confusion. So, what if my notes are wrong? Did I misinterpret the ranges, which might change the outcome of what we're trying to figure out? I might need to revisit that. Let's just carry on reading this for now. Output of TP5. Yes. Yes. The only problem is testing it might introduce more noise, which might make it hard to test. It's possible. It's certainly something I can consider. I did sort of cross my mind when I was looking at the circuit diagram, thinking I could check the buffer itself and see what's coming out of it, and see if it's before or after that point. Usual thing, you know, divide and conquer sort of thing. Get a reference source. What's that used for? Compares against reference. It's not on every range, so it's not going to be a reference. A buffer amplifier, yeah. Right. So I'm just trying to read. I can't read and talk at the same time. It just doesn't work. I mean, it might just be one single JFET's being a bit weird. Or it could be one of the op amps is a bit flaky. You know, it could be as simple as that. It's just what's the common part. You know, there's one part which is going to be common to all the faults we're seeing. And the fact it is range specific means it's not like the A to D is knackered or something like that. So I don't need to look that far. Right, I think I need to go back and recheck my notes and see, because what I'm seeing in the description and the diagram doesn't match what I noted down, which is weird. I'm sure I had a 2 milliwatt range. It's like, well, we don't have a 2 milliwatt range. Let's wake the camera back up. Let's recheck this, because this has confused me now. Volts range. I'll leave the short in there. Oh yeah, okay, so that's up to 19, isn't it? So yes, I'm interpreting that incorrectly. That's 1 millivolt, which means I can do 11 in that same range. Yeah, so it's not 2 millivolts, it is 20 millivolts. So I'm out of step with my notes. So not a 2 millivolt range, 20 millivolt range. Up one. 200 millivolt range. Up one. 2 volt range. Yeah. Well, that looks fine. 20 volts is jumping around. So yeah, I don't know where did I get that one from. So I think I'm kind of right actually in my notes. No. I'll leave on that for now. Alright, so down again. So that's 20 millivolt range, definitely bad. 20 millivolt range, bad. 2 volt range, seems okay. 20 volt range, bad. 200 volt range, probably okay. 1000 volt range, probably okay. So I think we're actually alright. So I'm still not any further ahead with that part because it is kind of what we saw before. I just had one extra note in there about a voltage range, which was wrong. Let's recheck the resistance one again. I know we're kind of going backwards and forwards a bit here, but I need to clarify exactly what the actual fault really is, or what symptoms it actually are. Did that as well. So ohms again, right down to the bottom, set it on a short. So the lowest range is ohms, so that's is that a 20 ohm range? Yeah. So 20 ohm range. That is actually a little bit noisy, isn't it? I didn't note that one down before. Let's do 20 ohms as well. Short that again. Is that noisy? Is that being filtered, or is it actually noisy? It's a 200 ohm range. Trying to solve it as noisy or not. I think that's okay. So 2K range. That's looking alright, which is what I found before. 20k range, definitely bad. 200k range, not sure. That looks alright, but I noted it down last time. Ah, hold on, now I'm seeing it. Does it depend on input value? So 0 is looking alright. That's looking alright. Has he got like sub ranges within the ranges? See, that's looking fine. Go to 10, then we get instability. So we got ranges and then we got sub ranges, which means we've got to check multiple points within each range to understand what's going on. Well, that's irritating. And this is divided by 2, and this is like a oh, let's divide by 2. There was a doubler, isn't there? Wasn't there? So upper half of the range, lower half's okay. Upper half is not. Okay. Yeah, interesting. Just trying to find out what that threshold is. No, that's jumping everywhere as well now. Or was it just coincidence? No, 6 is fine. 8 looks fine. Up to 9, and now it's unstable. Interesting. So there must be something switching in that halfway through the ranges. In the upper half of the ranges, something switching. So if I go back down to the lowest range, let's just recheck this, because if it is scaling by 2 in the upper half, it scales by 2. Then there was a ×1 ×2 I did see in the charts there, so that could be a clue. I should record a video on this. So I'm looking through this now, just re-evaluating what I did, because I wasn't sure. It doesn't really make sense what we're seeing versus how the circuit is designed. And I was just looking at the 20k range, and the bottom end of the 20k range is working fine. The upper end isn't. So if I go back up to the 20k range, which is there, let's just do a live value. Let's do, say, let's do 100k. Let's say 100 ohms. That's rock solid. I do 500 ohms. Rock solid. No issues, right? But a little bit of settling, but that's fine. If I go up to 900, it's unstable. Go down to 800. No, I'll go upwards. Maybe I'll go down and come back up. 700 is now unstable. This is going to prove me wrong now. 600 is okay. Just settling down. So there's something is switching within the range, like there's a sub range or something. And now came back up again, it's behaving better. So I've gone down, came back up, back to 8. Maybe there's like a JFET which is switched on and it won't turn back off properly or something. Or vice versa. So 8's now looking kind of okay, but before you saw it's playing up. And if I do 9, now it's jumping around. So, and if I do like a higher value in higher range, it's just crazy. It just goes all over the place. So it could be there's like a sub switching within the ranges. So you've got main range switching, and then there's a sub divider or something scaling it again, which is a bit of a weird way to do it, but it appears a bit like that. Or maybe there's a point within a JFET where the voltage is going through it are causing a problem, where it's breaking down or something. I don't know. But yeah, okay. Just an interesting thing to note that it's doing that behaviour. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, the 237 I've been working on, I started working at in February, and I haven't spent as much time on it as I'd like to. I haven't touched it for the past month, for example, and that is almost working. I've got 3 more videos which I've already edited, which will be published week by week, going through the various aspects of the thing, trying to narrow down what's going on with it. I do get it to a point where it's basically working. There's 1 or 2 faults left on it, Probably caused by one issue, which I'm still trying to track down, but I haven't touched it in a month, like I said. I've just been busy with other stuff, so it's in my queue of projects which I need to finish. So yeah, there's more videos in that one yet. Hopefully yours is in better condition than mine was. And a 731B, alright, okay, yeah. That's the reference, isn't it? That's right. DC reference, got it right. Yeah, 10-volt reference, yeah. I've got all sorts of stuff lying around here, tucked away in drawers and other rooms, and I've just got so much stuff, it's ridiculous. Most of it you'll see videos on. Anyway. So what I'm going to try and figure out is where this misbehaviour happens. I mean, it could just be there's a leakage or something from on the FETs, and when you get to a certain threshold it plays up. Possible. Okay, so we need to find out what his bloody parts are so I can measure on them. Bad caps and resonance. Oh yeah, the resonant converter. Yeah, you have to recap the whole thing. You need to do the whole thing. Even the big bolt caps on the main board, those were a little bit dodgy. I don't remember. I think they were basically okay. I think there's one or two which were going, and generally you get to that point, especially this age of equipment, just recap it. Have done with it. Just do it. The main board ones you put. I think I showed it in video. I can't remember if I've shown it or not yet. I don't remember. But if you have the thing upside down and you take the bottom casing out, you've got those shields underneath. Those fiberglass shields, FI4 shields. Take the screws out from those ribs that run across, and also got the rib screws which come from the sides, underneath the strips on the sides, which are kind of held into like a Velcro kind of stuff. Those might fall out with it because the adhesive's old. But you can peel those off and get to the end of the screws and the rails. Then you can actually separate a little bit and lift the rails out. You can probably bend the rails a little bit if you need to and get them out of the way. That gives you access to the capacitors without taking the whole board out. It's easier to do that than it is to take the board out. Test the manual for an back amplifier. Yeah, but in this age equipment, just to recap it, you know, they're old. Even the best quality caps will start to fail at some point. I mean, the actual electrolytics inside it, and well, the actual electrolytes and the actual capacitor itself could still be measuring perfectly fine. But what could happen is the seals fail. Rubber seals which actually seal the cap together, those will fail. Because it's the nature of plastics and rubbers and stuff. They do deteriorate over time. And so the capacitor may still be working perfectly fine, but it will start leaking and then it will start eating away your circuit board. And, you know, all your traces get eaten off the board, and that's not good. It's not fun fixing that. Yeah, so it's why you see me in one of my videos, one of the very first things I'll do an old piece of gear, pull it apart, replace it with capacitors. Because also, 50% of the time, let's say, I don't know really what it really is, but 50% of the time, replacing the capacitors will fix it. And that, you know, you can have all sorts of weird faults going on with it because you've got a bit of ripple in the circuitry, or something's not loaded correctly, or there's a bit of noise coming through, or whatever it may be. And that can cause all sorts of weird behaviour on all sorts of equipment. Just replace the caps, and a lot of times that will fix it. And you won't have to sit there spending hours trying to diagnose why is this thing acting a bit weird and trying to narrow down a bit of circuitry, and then you find this is a power supply issue. You know, or some sub-supply. You know, there might be some little regulated circuitry somewhere, or some smooth supply which is tapped off the main supply, which might be obvious. You know, that sort of stuff. So it's always best to recap it. I know lots of people
you see videos of people say, oh, the people don't, blanket recapping, just mindlessly recapping stuff, Well, yeah, okay, that's their approach, that's fine. If you're in business, it's probably not a good way to do it because you don't want to waste a lot of money fixing something which someone's given you to fix. If you're doing it for yourself and it's for something you want to keep, replace the caps because you don't want to be coming back in a week's time or a month's time or 6 months' time dealing with another issue which has popped up. Just replace them, then it's good for another 10 years. Done. Anyway, I've said this several times. Alright, back to this thing. So there's a test procedure, is there, for that buffer amplifier? Problem is now I'm getting tired. My mind's not in it anymore. They've done the easy stuff. Let's have a look. So I've still got a weirdness where the 2-volt range looks okay, but 200 volt and 20 volt doesn't. But if it's got sub-ranging in the dividers, then that might explain why it doesn't appear on the 20 volt range. Because maybe it's not in that certain division ratio. It's possible. Could just be hiding it. Yeah, I'm suspicious about that. Not quite sure what to think about it yet. Alright. What did you just say that was? That was 7, 8, 10. Alright, we'll get there. I'll scroll through here. Just have a quick look in case anything else jumps out at me as things that I can consider. Right. Just read this bit. So we're seeing this on 20 millivolts, 200 millivolts, 20 volts. I mean, having a subdivider is a bit weird. I've not come across it before. It's always been like a divider for the entire range, and that's it. Having one which subdivides. I don't know, I haven't come across that before. I don't know if it's even a thing in here. It just appears that way. And again, it's all going through that one there, or this one here. That one appeared to be right. So 20 volt was playing up, 200 volt wasn't, which means it kind of rules that one out. And it rules out that path. And then the 2 volt appeared to be okay, which kind of rules out that path, but those ones are playing up. So if we've cleaned the relays, we know that's going to be alright now. Yeah, it's definitely moving away from the multiplexer FETs, as it calls them. I'm moving away from those. I don't think it's there. You've got too much conflicting going on there to say that yes it is or no it's not. Yeah, you can't find anything? Yeah, it's just weird. I mean, maybe it's a leakage thing. I mean, it just appears like it's 2, but then it wasn't consistent, was it? So when I went from a higher level down to a lower level, so like the 8, was I doing 800 ohms, was it? It was still playing up. But when I get from a low level to a high level, it wasn't. To the same setting and the same resistance going in.
So the fact it changed, depending on which direction it was in, that could be arranging if it's on the borderline of a range like hysteresis, but that sounds to me more like a leakage issue, where there's a device which has been switched on or switched off, and it's not switching cleanly between the two states. That's kind of what I'm thinking at the moment. And in fact, we're getting it on resistance and voltage, which are separate circuits. Right, that's using 108 through the 11. And this is using a couple of shared ones, but it's also 109 and 113. So they're not the same FETs. It's being switched, and we're getting similar behaviour. So I think we can rule out input circuitry for that part anyway. Those FETs there. I think that section we can ignore. I think it is going closer to buffer. Let's compare it against the reference as well, which would be all ranges, so that can probably be ignored as well. Yeah, I think it's going to be later. As Chris kind of said, look later. So, yeah, that buffer, I think that's where we need to look next. Was that, shall I say 7.8.10, was it? Is that what we said? Maybe we should just go through a diagnostic procedure and just see what comes up. So that's our signal tracing. This bit here. So you can activate certain circuitry to do diagnostics that way, which is good but tedious. There you go. Right, there's that testing there. Right, okay. Right, so we can actually narrow it down by going through this test sequence in here that's built into it and manually controlling stuff and testing them individually. Right. So this is why I was thinking about that switching, because we've got this ×2 in here. So maybe it's like a half range, and so instead of doing ×1, it does ×2 and shifts the range. That's the only thing I could kind of think of, but I mean, which range is it all in? Is it in that range? Yeah, I don't know. Don't know. Anyway, at least there's a method to go forward with this to actually test it, so that's good. Yeah. So I need to sort of sit down really and just think about this a lot more and come up with a plan of attack and actually analyse it. But I'm definitely leaning towards a bad FET. That's where that FET is. I mean, I'm thinking the feedback loop and that input buffer, that's where I'm suspecting. Let's go down. Oh, this one didn't have the bloody board layouts in it, did it? Oh, this is a nicer manual, but it doesn't have the board layouts. Did I get a physical manual for this? Physical manual. But this is version A. It's the original version, so it's, you know, this is a version J board. So yes, I do have nice diagrams, and I presume nice board layouts as well in here somewhere. Yeah, so physical manual, lovely. Yeah, okay. I think I need to sit down and just think about this, and yeah, to actually figure out what I need to test and where, and like a logical approach. I don't have that in my head right now. I'm kind of flustered a bit, I suppose. I know we need to test the buffer. I'm just trying to find a diagram. That is the AC board stuff, right? That's what that diagram is. It's the AC board. That's that 5 relay which we cleaned. Where are those wires coming in and out of this thing? So we got the red and yellow. Those two there. That's the pass through K504. Is that really a number we clean? Because there's also K506 and 505. That's multi-pole. Yeah, that's the one we cleaned, is 504. These will be read relays. So, yes, that'd be fine. We did deal with the one which passes through or deals with the AC. So if it's passing through, because it's not an AC, it doesn't matter. We can ignore it and we clean that relay. So I think I could ignore that board completely now. And then we've got this TP5 right there. We need to find where that is. U137, I'm not quite sure where that is. I'm guessing it's underneath that shield. Piece the parts cannon. Hey Peter, how's it going? So paragraph 7.8.1 does, well 10 does just the gains, yeah. Yeah, I think I need to find this TP5 and maybe inject some DC voltage and just see what we're getting here. I've got to find that first though. Yeah, well, that's what people call the whole capacitor replacement thing, but yes, it is shotgun maintenance, but it's amazing how many times it actually works. Not always. Sometimes you do it and it's like nothing changes. That certainly happened to me, but probably 75% of the time replacing the caps fixes it. It's worth doing. Anyway. Okay, so we need to find that. TP5 by U317. Right, 137, get it right. And I need the other manual for that because that's not shown in this one. Board layout for that board is somewhere else. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. It's in a different window. This one doesn't look as good. I might have to get the physical manual for this to see it better. It must be in this area somewhere. Because this is the bit that's underneath the shield. Here's U137 there. Where's TP5? hoping it's not underneath a shield. There are test points down here for the power supply. They're not shown on the diagram here on this layout. So I don't even show where the test points are. Yeah, I don't think it shows it. At least not in that layout. That's the AC board. Okay. There's a test point, and it's underneath that bloody shield. Probably got to take the AC board back out again. Recapping is good, parts cannon is bad. Well, that Key 237, that was getting to the point where it was becoming a parts cannon. It's like, I suspect it's this part, and I replace it, and no. It was a bit like that. But then I was putting sockets on IC, so I could always put the original IC back in again, you know. So it wasn't really replaced. It's more of a diagnostic process. I think we'll call it that, shall we? Yeah. That's bloody annoying. I've got to take that shield back off again. Well, if I take the AC board out, bridge those connections that passes through where the link is on the board, which has been cut. So I've just linked them with like a jumper clip thing to restore normal function without the AC board in there, so like the option's not installed. And then that gives us access underneath that shield, and we can work on it and try and find, well, at least we know it's pin 6 on that IC, right? So we know where the IC is. So yeah, we can find that. It's not a problem. And then we can try and measure that whilst injecting voltages and rearranging and see if we can see noise at that point. I expect we will. And if we see that, then we can come back further to over here on pin 3 on Heathkit 131. And then we'll see if we've got noise there. If there's no noise there and there's noise here, we know it has to be in this section. Simple as that. Well, that's why I do this that's what I can't say. This is why I do all this quite in-depth content on repairs. You know, my videos are very long-winded, and they could be certainly much more concise than they are. But I include everything because I'm trying to show what voltages are present, what troubleshooting techniques you can use on certain parts of the circuitry. You know, things I'm figuring out as I'm going as well, like 237. I've never worked on one before, never done it before. Don't know the circuitry, I'm learning it as I go. So you'll see as the videos go along, my understanding is greatly increasing. So I started out sort of going, oh, what the hell is this thing? You know, there's something wrong with it, I don't know what yet. And it sort of evolves into me understanding how it works and where to look in the circuitry to isolate what areas I need to be focusing on to try and logically break it down. You know, you could do that without being in video, and you know, work it out all ahead of time, then go and do a video. But I think adding that learning to it is also useful. So, I mean, I try and include everything. I know other YouTubers will basically strip out a lot of that troubleshooting process and go, oh, I worked on it, I found this problem, I replaced it, and now it works. It's like, great, it works. How did you fix it? You know, what troubleshooting did you do to not figure out what that problem was? I think that's where the value is. Anyway, so my videos are very long and they're much more waffly than they could be, but that's the reason why. Yeah. The test that doesn't require this assembly. So where's that test point? Maybe it's marked on the board somewhere. I can get to it from somewhere else. Alright, let's go have a look. And the camera's going back to sleep for some reason. Let's wake it back up.
Do you think I should turn the power off or poke my fingers in there? Okay, is there a test point that I can see? I mean, the power supply test points are there, very clearly marked, but yeah, I'm going to have a really close look and see if I can find, I mean, hoping it's marked on here somewhere. Right. Yeah, there's nothing I can see from down there. There's some test points on the AC board, which I can access, but that's it. Maybe if it doesn't have the option, you can do it without disassembly, but I think I need to take the option out. So let's do that. Let's take the option out. I think I'm going to have to because I can't see anything else. I've only got digital circuitry here and there's nothing there. So yeah, let's pull this back out again. And I'll clip lead those jumpers to basically remove the option board, which, although, oh no, it's after that point, it's fine. I was thinking it's present on ohms as well, but this is the ohms board. It's like, well, no, this is after this anyway. It's nothing to do with this board. So it's feeling the regulators, they're getting quite warm. Yeah, but U137 is underneath this shield over here. So it's underneath here. U137 is right there between that capacitor and that resistor. I think that's what it was. Knocking the bloody iPad off now. You lied. Yeah, you did. And I thought you were being helpful, David. Right, it's when you see these bloody resistors like this, which are, you know, sit closer. You know, it's always tempting to try and strain it up. It's like, no, never do that. If you try and straighten one of those up, you could easily crack it, and then that's it, it's ruined. Never be tempted to straighten it. Well, always be tempted, but never do it. Okay. Let's get the Keysight 7510 working, and we will use that to probe. If I can clip on somewhere with the negative lead. Maybe. Anyway, let's jump at these posts out to replace that board which we've got taken out. That way at least we can inject signals into it and check them. So, on there. Cheap AliExpress clipper leads, do they work? Yeah, probably. Maybe. I know sometimes the build quality is not very good on these. I should actually take these apart and have a look at them. I suspect they're not very good. They do get hot if you put a camera through them. So it should be fine for this. Right. Should probably record video on this. So to try and diagnose where this noise fault is happening, The suspicion is that it's in the buffer section. So it's after the original scaling section. I think it's after that, because it's not consistent between the switching of the ranges and things. It's like it's there all the time, kind of. And it doesn't really switch as you would expect. So I don't think it's in that section. I think it's in a buffer, which has also got a feedback network, which is divided down as well. And that's where I'm thinking it might be. Problem is, to get to that, you have to take all the AC board out and to remove the shields again. Easy to take those out. But what I've had to do now, you see, I've got those two clip leads here. They're jumping across those cut links, because that's where the AC board intercepts the signals from the switch, which is also from the input terminals. It passes through there, passes through the AC board, and comes back down and comes back into the main board. Right. So basically, just remove the AC board, put these back on again to restore those jumpers. So it should work in volts mode only, like this, which is fine because we can still diagnose it that way. Now what we need to do is look closely at U137, which is part of the buffer, which is just down here. It's just there, between that and that. It's 137 and one something other. 110 was it? I forgot what the other one was. But there's two there which are working together. One's the actual buffer and, well, so yeah, I suppose it's buffer and amplifier. Second one's like an amplifier, but they're linked together in a closed loop system, so it goes through the pair as a loop with dividers, which is switched by JFETs. So that is the current suspicion that something is wrong around there. Now I need to check on pin 6 of U137 to see what we're getting out of that buffer system, because if there's noise there, we know it's before that point. Then if there is noise, we look at the input to the whole buffer system, the very first op amp, on pin 3 of that, to see if that is noisy. If it's not noisy there, so it's not noisy at pin 3, but it is noisy at pin 6 of the other one, we know it has to be that divider network on the feedback system. But if it's noisy on pin 3, then it has to be before that point, so we know it's not that bit, probably, unless it's backfeeding, which could also happen if you've got a dodgy op amp. So it could be confusing, but we've got to start somewhere. Right, I think I'll sum that up. And my op amp's flying around again. U131, 131, thanks. I think I'm on my own for some reason. So let's get some leads on this thing. And we need to hook up the PDVS2 Mini, inject some voltage. I mean, you may be able to see noise with that voltage anyway, as long as we're in the right range. Because we're getting noise on the screen, aren't we? So you might be able to do it without injecting voltage, actually. Let's see. It would be nice to clip this on. How's it got a cat hair in here? Always bloody cat hair. I might inject voltage anyway, because it might give us something to actually read. Otherwise I may not see it. So which one do we have problems with? 20 millivolts, 200 millivolts. We'll do a 200 millivolt range. You want to inject, so 100 millivolts. Alright, let's go. Voltage mode, yep, down. So it's already unhappy, we can't do that lowest range as it is. It's already not liking that. So that was a 20 millivolt range. This is the, oh, of course, because I've already got that in there. Don't forget. So we got some noise there, that's great. It's still there, which means it wasn't the AC board. That's eliminated that. So let's do a, which column do I need to use? the digital common or the normal common. I might have to use normal common actually. Measure the voltage on the op amp pin, like pin 4. 15 volts, yep, minus 15 volts on there. So if I go move that capacitor there out of the way very carefully and measure on pin 6. Yep, I've got noise on pin 6. Yep, I'll show you that. I'll adjust the camera and then I'll show you and do some video on this. So, using the digital, the common over here, which is like shared with the 15 volt 5-8 rail, there's a test pad there. It just says COM right there, which you can't see, but it's there. Maybe I should just lift the camera up a little bit. Here you go. It's right there. Behind that post. You still can't see it. Anyway, it's right there. There's a common. Measuring between that and pin 6. I'll show you on here. So between the common there and pin 6 of the op amp over here, which you probably can't see, that's showing noise. I'm going to show you the multimeter what we're getting. Don't get dizzy, it wobbles around. So this is injecting 100 millivolts on the 200 millivolt range, and there is pin 6. You can see that is noisy, that is not quiet. So that kind of ties in. So if I go to pin 3 of the other device, U131, I think it was, we've got a little bit of noise there. So that's actually interesting. If we go to pin 3 of that one, look at that. That's all over the place. Let me look at the diagram again. I'll see you refresh memory. Yeah, the 7510 is a really nice multimeter. It works really well. I'm very happy with it. It's very, very fast. It's very accurate. Well, it's got really good resolution, and it's relatively noise free. It's got good filtering system, stuff like that, and good averaging. It's really good, and the graphing is brilliant too. It's got built-in graphing on screen, so you can actually see what's happening to something sometimes, and it's all scrollable and everything. Okay, so if you look at pin 2, that should be the feedback from those JFETs. Right, let's just quickly look at something else. Let's get back on the common again. So pin 6 of this one should be the same as pin 3 of the other device. Yeah, that's jumping everywhere, so that's definitely the first one in the chain. And pin 2 here is the feedback after the JFETs. So you can see there's a lot of noise there. But pin 3 has noise on it too. So pin 3 is noisy, which kind of goes against what I thought it was going to be. I really thought it was at that buffer. So where I was testing it here, that's U137 and it's U131. So 137, we were checking out the output with pin 6, which is over here. And that's fairly noisy. It wasn't horrendous, but there was noise there, which is kind of matching what we're seeing on screen. So then I went back to pin 3, which is the input to that device, which links back to pin 6 of this one. They're both very noisy. And that's because this amplifier here is generating that noise. Kind of. Pin 2 is the feedback which comes from the JFETs, which is where I was thinking the problem was going to be. But then pin 3, which is the input to this buffer from the previous stage, is also noisy. So I'm actually thinking it isn't the buffer stage, it's before that. Which is kind of going against what I thought it was going to be, but it's okay. Don't assume. Yeah, it's a 741. I'm injecting 100 millivolts. So that's enough to actually give us a readable measurement, you know. So we've got something there. We know we've definitely got a voltage going through the system by doing that. I could have done 0 volts. It probably still worked. I probably could jump it actually. Let's just see if it does it on a short as well, shall we? I mean, we know we've got noise on a short. Let's just see if there's something measurable. Is that still measurable on pin 3 of this device? Yes, it's still visible. I mean, does this reading on the screen change much when we're probing? I haven't actually looked at that yet. Yeah, zoom out a bit. Oh, I haven't been looking at the screen while I've been probing. Try not to block the view. So that's jumping around. I mean, I've got like 490 odd millivolts on that screen right now, and it's jumping around probably 10 millivolts erratically. Take the probes off. Yeah, it doesn't change it. So the probing isn't introducing noise. Sometimes it can. You have to be careful about that. So yeah. Before that stage, great. I mean, it could even be the op amp is back feeding, right? It could be the op amp generating it. It's certainly possible. So, we've got some noise here. We've got a lot of noise here between those two. We've got some noise here because obviously it's fed back from the output from that, and we've got noise here. So the fact we've got noise on that pin there brings it back to the stuff which I thought it probably wouldn't be, is something in here. I can't say. Op amps can fail in weird ways, right? So I've seen inputs get railed, so it's actually outputting a voltage on the input pin. Right? I've seen that happen. So it's entirely possible that U131 is the problem, and it's backfeeding. You know, it could be that 741 op amp is the problem. It could just be that.
Grounded input, yes, indeed. Good point. That is safe to do. Should be safe to do. We're only talking about 400 odd millivolts onto the input. Going through JFETs with resistors. Have they all got resistors on? They do. So I'm not going to blow anything up by doing that. These ones don't, but that's just to... What's that one doing? Is it a guard trace? It's probably the guard. Yeah, driven guard. I guess that's what they're kind of trying to do there. It's probably what it represents. So, yeah, driven guard goes through there, around that circuit. Yeah, it's representing the driven guard, which comes from somewhere. Where is that coming from? Where does it connect to? There. Connects to there. There you go. Guide voltage. Right there. Obvious. So the guard is also feeding back from here. So that'd be responding to that as well. And it's kind of linked through these JFETs as well. Obviously, so there's not too much of a voltage difference. They're acting like back-to-back diodes, but they're faster. That's why they use JFETs. Well, where could that noise be coming from if we've got a shorted input? It shouldn't matter which JFET it's using unless it's got a leakage from the gate to the drain in the JFET or a JFET. But then, as you're seeing it on different ranges, so you think of it as only each JFET is driven independently, right? So, assuming the chip driving it is correct, that's not faulty. That's possible. That could also go. So, if it is a JFET leaking, it wouldn't be on every range. It'd only be on one particular range. It'd be problematic, which is why I was trying to determine which range it's in. So the fact it's there all the time, and it seems to change with input voltage, on resistance mode. So it may be affecting a breakdown in that op amp as it passes through it. Now we've got this ohms current source thing up here. If that was always on or partially leaking, that might leak something through. Don't think anything else would, unless it's range specific. Because that's got a plus 15 volt rail coming down, coming through here. So if that fit there, again, that's also switching though. So if that was partially stuck on, maybe, all the others probably not. I think that's probably the only one which could potentially do that. Maybe this one. So Q103 would be a suspicious one. Q107 would be a suspicious one. So 107 and 103 are probably the only ones which could cause leakage in every mode. Well, in every mode and every range. So, but yeah, op amp would be my first choice. Because you think if you've got something coming through here, this would overpower that because of the size of the resistors. If it was a leaky JFET, it would probably be enough to overpower it. potentially. I mean, they're getting quite large variations. Maybe, I don't know. Could be. I'm going to keep those in mind. Q107, Q103. Keep those in mind as potential suspects as well. But yeah, the op amp is where I'm suspecting right now. Guess what that means? I've got to take the ball back out. Okay, let's pull the ball back out. At least we practiced at it now. Turn the soldering gear back on again because I need to desolder that chip. Right. Like the third trip, yeah. Yeah, that's right. We'll get there eventually. That's right, I mean, troubleshooting sometimes is a case of elimination. You know, sometimes you don't know exactly what's causing the problem, but you find it from process elimination. You just keep trying until you've eliminated everything. And that's certainly a valid troubleshooting technique too. So, and those back screws, don't forget those ones again. And I certainly use that as a method. You know, eliminate what bits aren't broken, and eventually narrow it down. Sometimes you can, you know, find it another way, but eliminating stuff is a perfectly good way of doing it. Should have my gloves on for this, and I might have to clean the board again when I'm finished. Should I socket both of those op amps whilst I'm here? What are they both anyway? We know one's a 741. The other one is a LF353. I'm not familiar with that one. Oh. I'm not familiar with it. This is not a common part. I'm not going to take that one out unless I need to. Let's just do the one we know about, which I've now already lost, I think. Hold on, where is it? There, okay. It's there. And of course the legs are bent over. So I'm going to pull out U131 because I'm suspecting that op amp could be bad and it could potentially backfeeding a voltage. I've seen an op amp do that before where it's failed and it's actually outputted out the input pin. So that's something I know can happen. It's unusual, but it can happen. So the fact that I've seen it, it must be something which can occur. So I'm going to take the op amp out and put a socket in, and hopefully it's not too hard to get it out. It can be a real pain to remove sometimes.
I mean, it's a standard op amp. I could just cut the pins off. It'd probably be easier to cut the pins off. We'll see how we go. And I'll probably have to clean this board again afterwards when I'm finished. Anyway, first thing, get the pins straightened up. Because all the pins are bent over. But, you know, why would you leave them straight? So I'm just going to basically take it out, put a socket in, and replace this op amp. I always use sockets. If I'm going to take a chip out, I'll put a socket in, because it could be an issue with a secondary fault. And what can actually happen is that chip could be blown by something else, and then you replace that chip, and then it blows again. So I found it's the best technique is put a socket in. And also, then you can, you know, if that chip isn't bad, you can put the original part back in again. You know, but let's see how we go. See how we're trying to get this thing out. May or may not be lucky. These Keysight boards can be hard to desolder. Let's give this a clean, as I'm not sure it's okay. I get the thing, the nozzle. Yes, right. One of the biggest problems is that because of double-sided boards, the IC legs are usually soldered quite well to the other side, and they don't always release. Which is why I'm trying to be really thorough with it. Because it's like a footprint, it goes wide and it steps down and comes through the hole, and that wide bit is sitting on top of the pad. And that bit won't desolder always, so here we go. Either it moved or I broke the leg off. Hopefully it moved. Let's have a close look and see if it's actually desoldered or not. Where's my tweezer gone? Just grab the tweezer for now, just make sure it moves. No, it's actually moving. Wow, look at that. I got lucky. It came out. Great, let's go and get a socket. New socket, let's put it in right around. Right. You guys can't see what I'm doing. Sometimes that's a good thing. Op amp, suspicious, don't know yet. We'll find out. It's got its own stand, that's nice. No, I don't have my extractor going, do I? Do you know how I can tell? Okay, clean it up. Got a sense of deja vu, like I've been here before. Yeah, sensitive circuitry around there. That's right. It's right, I've been cleaning before anyway, so quite a bit of relays and stuff. Let's do it again, it's fine. Flux clean, a bit more of that. So what I used to do is you probably see me doing it, is I'd literally lay a piece of this stuff down and brush over it. And that kind of worked, but it wasn't great. I found this technique is better. It seems to be more consistent. Right. Suppose I should check my work, make sure I can bridge the pins together. So it looks fine. Okay, let's put this back in. I mean, I could have cut those legs off that device, and I have done that in the past, especially if it's a really common device, you know, a standard off-the-shelf bog-up amp like this thing. Not an issue. I wouldn't really think twice about it, to be honest. But sometimes it's just easier to take it in one go. Not always. Sometimes. My stomach's going again. Is it going right? Doesn't feel like it's going in right. Don't really want to be bending pins on these things. I do have replacements of these plugs. So if I did break one, it wouldn't be too bad. I'd rather not break it. Should I put the screws back in again, or is that like a tempting fate, you reckon? I think I should put some back in again so it's not flopping around at least. Put one in the middle, how's that? Someone got some fluff on it. Where'd they come from? Let's refit these. I feel like I've been here before. Come on, get on. Right, put the jumpers back on again. I was wondering why it doesn't work at all. This could be the last time yet. I still got to put an op amp in there yet though. Still have to install an op amp, otherwise it won't work at all. So let's go and get one. LM741s, so where are they? I do have some 741s. Fortunately, I should actually show you. I'll change the dash. I'll change the camera so you can see what I'm doing. There you go. Do that one. I actually still can't see because my stack of stuff here is in the way. But yeah, I've got piles of drawers. As you can see over here, these drawers. I've got them stacked up and I've got like 2 deep because I haven't got room for them. So they're behind there somewhere. 2081, 28, here we go, UA741, UA741. We got one, right there, that'll do. I'll put like for like in there, even though I could probably put something better in, I'll just use like for like. Assuming of course a UA741 is equivalent to a LM741. Just trying the legs out. And the cat heard me and is complaining, of course. Alright, 741. But double check just in case. Just in case it's the wrong part in the wrong drawer or something. UA741, yeah. Let's drop that in. Okay. I hope this is the problem. Right. That's linked up. That's done. These are plugged in. That's all plugged in. Double checking I've got those right. Switches to the front. Back to white. Yep, okay, we're all good there. I'll leave the short in there. The cat heard me talking while I was by the door and now he's come to shout at the door for me. You can probably hear him. Right. Get it up. Volts. Still looks a bit noisy, doesn't it? Measure on pin 3 of that. Well, it's looking better. Pin 6 is still all over the place though, of that device. But pin 3 is looking better. There's certainly less noise on that one. It's an improvement. Yeah, I mean the clean and stuff is still going to be evaporating off. It's still going to be a little bit of residue there, but it's still noisy. Range up. Don't forget that's for shorter inputs, right? So we should be seeing nothing. See that noise there? So we've got a pin 3 of U131. There's a little bit of noise there. My meter's scaled up, which doesn't help. I'm getting about 900 microvolts there. So it's definitely different. Let's inject 100 millivolts again, like I was doing before, so exactly the same as what I was doing initially. And we'll recheck it. And I'll change the camera to point to the multimeter as well. You can't really see it from there, can you? Right. Alright, let's probe that again. So I'm on that range that's in there. And I want to go down to .100 millivolt range. That's 1 volt range. 1 volt range is good, or 2 volt range. 200 millivolt range is definitely noisy still. Definitely see it on screen there. Let's just get this probing. Alright, so if we go on to pin 6 of U137, like I did before. So there's definitely noise there. If we go on to pin 6 of U131, which is the interface between the two. We've got noise there still, but it's less. It's improved. And then pin 3. Why is it scaled down there? Come on, give me a better scale than that. Go back on pin 3. There's a little bit of noise there, right? That's pin 3 of... No, that's overflowing sometimes. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. Interesting. Oh, there's spikes in there. Maybe there's spikes which we're not registering. It's just graphing. No, graphing. Come on. Come on, get on the bloody thing. Keep slipping off. Why is this not scaling? Come on. Scale. Auto scale. Yeah, okay. Can I do it now? What's it doing? Why is this not auto scaling like it's supposed to? Come on. Why are you not behaving? It is going. I can see it doing something. Unfortunately, this horizontal scale is too big. This is probably going to mess up scanning again. Want the Y only. Right, there we can see it. I think I've still probably got too long a time frame. So there we go. Yeah, that's not telling as much right now, is it? Trying to hold these probes on at the same time. So I can do this one-handed without slipping off and shorting something out. Come on. Doesn't help. I'm actually putting shadows on the balls. I can't even see what I'm bloody doing. Right, there. Right. I'm moving off that again. I think I slipped off it again, haven't I? Of course I have. What's the end of it? Come on, where is it? It is. I'm not really seeing anything there, not that scaling. Come on. If I change this by a little bit, maybe not quite that little bit. Not seeing anything changing there either. Interesting. If I come off it again, okay, this isn't working too well, is it? Graph. It's not really giving me information I want, is it? Seems like there's noise there. Ignore the meter right now, it's not doing anything. Let me have a look at the text, well, the chat, and look at this for a little while. Yeah, the graph feature is great if it's if you can get it set up right. Depends what you're doing. Sometimes it's really easy to get right. That's a good way of seeing variations, you know. It's even better if you're clipped onto a product, you know, or product onto a device. You're clipped onto it, then you can actually see what it's doing You know, you can just monitor it and see how it's behaving, and you can actually capture a large amount of data, and then you can zoom in later on. So it's quite good for that as well. I mean, it's definitely noise here, but there's not much noise there. Yeah, it's curious. I think it's going to take a bit more digging. I'm still suspicious about JFETs. It could still be a JFET. But I really expected that to be the op amp, which is the problem. I mean, it could be the second op amp, which is feeding back a little bit of noise, but we're definitely getting much less noise and much less offset now than we were before. The offset was quite bad. I'm not going to rule that device out as being faulty yet. I'm going to put it to one side and think maybe it's still maybe alright. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, 500 microphone offset, and this other one's got like a, was it 500 milliwatt offset? I can't remember now. Anyway, the offset was quite bad in that compared to the current one I just put in, so I put in slightly, should be slightly better, I think. But, yeah, okay. Well, I think this is going to take a bit more thinking. Suppose I should do some video on that, shouldn't I? So I replaced the op amp there, and the offset on the input pin is definitely less. There is less noise, but it's still got noise. So it's not cured it. It's improved, which is the interesting part, but it's not cured it. So if that op amp was a bit dodgy, you know, that's one less thing in the circuit, but I don't think that's the only problem. If that was a problem at all, it might have been reacting to what was noisy. So requires some further investigation yet. I wish my cat would shut up. You can hear me talking. Fell asleep at 4 AM. Yeah. Have you tried going to bed, Ian? Yeah, still a 195. I don't know if I started working this when you were here. I think you were. Yeah, I think I was starting on it before. Yeah, I recapped it, but it's got noise. There's noise in this in the system somewhere. Try and narrow down where that noise is. We've just replaced an op amp, thinking it might be that, maybe backfeeding a noise. It changed, but there's still some noise there. Not 100% sure that's what the problem is. Yeah, although maybe if I put the shield back on, that would help now. Maybe. I mean, I got that noise there. Yeah, but I'm seeing noise on the op amps themselves on the buffer loop, so not completely sure yet. Right, okay. I was hoping this would be a nice, quick, easy thing to do, and it's not turned into being that, is it? Certainly hasn't been that. Yeah, I thought I'll recap it and hopefully get it going and be a nice, quick test and prove it's all good. Yeah, nah. So it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon now. I've been working on this since what? 9ish, haven't I? 9, so 6 hours.
There's a CAT scan, yeah, well, she get Tom in here, so yeah, tell me I'm doing it wrong. He always does. Yeah, that noise on there is interesting. I wonder if I should put the shield back on now. So I think I should, maybe I'll turn it off, put the shield back on, see if it changes the noise. Because there's the fact the shield's not covering it right now might introducing noise, and I have actually solved the problem. Let's try that. Because it's definitely changed, right? Actually, I need to put those posts back in again so it's got something to sit on, eh? That'll make a bit of sense. So I managed to actually fully reassemble it. But changing the op amp definitely did change something. Don't know if it's enough. And like I said, even though it's changed, I'm not sure it's the right thing that's changed. It's supposed to sit right, nice. Is that one? That one. So that's a shield on. This is any different. Show that the LED lights on. Well, yes, the LED lights definitely do introduce noise. So, still noise there. Let's do what Rob says. Let's turn the lights off. I know it does have an effect on stuff. And this one. It did drop, didn't it? It did drop. Yeah, I'm still live, Greg. Good morning. It did change. So I think the op amp was bad. There was definitely a lot more noise with this op amp in there. So I think that was part of the problem. Can't recheck ohms until we put all that assembly back in again though. I've also got these big loops in here, which probably don't help. Yeah, that doesn't help, does it? Maybe, I don't know. See, there's still some big jumps in there. Did we lose audio? No, I've still got audio, I believe. I think it's just you. Okay, let's inject some voltage again. Without the lights on. See, that's still too much noise for me. I think that's still wrong. That does not look normal. If I turn the filter on, can I just ignore it then? Just pretend it's not there? No, I don't think so. We'll try and do these without a board in there. It will. It will. Even though the board's not plugged in, it still tries to do it. Maybe it's a software thing.
Yeah. So nothing changed here. Still got noise in that one as well. Two-volt range still seems fine. 20-volt range is still very noisy. Yep, still very noisy on a 20-volt range. 200-volt range, hard to say. That range seems fine. So yeah, I'm still suspicious about JFETs. I keep on coming back to that in my mind. Yeah, it's better. It's improved. But when I took that op amp out, it definitely got better. This for the I was measuring on the Keysight multimeter as well. On a 7510, the voltages I was seeing spiking in the actual feedback loop were lower once I changed that op amp. It definitely improved it. Oh, it's 10 p.m. Oh, you went for dinner or something, did you? Right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking I might have to step back from this one for a little bit and actually read the circuit theory and come up with another approach. This is kind of working, but not the way I'd like it to. And I really want to have lunch, I think. I think that's what my focus is now. I want to have lunch. And then my SD card is full on my camera, so I need to kind of empty that off too. In fact, there's one LED light I didn't turn off, which is the one I use at my desk here. I've got a light up here for better illumination whilst I'm doing live stream. That one's still on. I didn't turn that one off. That's probably producing some noise as well. But I don't think it's as bad as that. I mean, that stuff is localised. This is a bit further away. So, don't know. Yeah, ripple's fine. There's nothing showing up. Looks like an integrator isn't working. Well, as you've kind of missed a bunch of it, I'll show you what I'm looking at. And the cat can hear me talking again. So, what I've done, we've got input circuitry comes through here, right? So we've got the front rear switch here. And it comes through, there's a link here, which I put in, which is goes to the AC board. Right, so that link there, and there's another one down there, right? So those are the links I put back in to bypass the AC board when it's removed, so I can troubleshoot without the board there. And this is the input ladder for the different ranges, and it doesn't seem to be specific to one particular range. It seems to be across different ranges. Some parts of the range are okay, other parts aren't, which is the interesting part. Like it's like a leakage thing going on. I'm suspicious about. I'll get a bit bigger. I'm suspicious about this FET here being as it's potentially a leakage path from the plus 15 volt rail coming through, right? So that could provide leakage if this is being a problem, and that would affect all readings across every mode, every path, right? Every range, it wouldn't matter because it's on the main common. And the other one, which is across the same common, is this one here, which could also be a leakage path from the 12 volt reference, minus 2 volt reference, right? So it could also be a leakage path through this FET. So I'm suspicious about this one, and I'm suspicious about this one as being potential failure points. What I did measure though is on pin 6 of this at TP5, effectively. There's a bit of noise there measurable. Then I came back to pin 3 and there's a lot of noise. It's jumping quite erratically. I
Obviously, because it's the 1K resistor, it's differential slightly, so it was amplifying that a little bit and smoothing out. But I was seeing quite a bit of noise on this one, and some noise on pin 2 obviously because of the feedback path, and I was also getting noise on pin 3. So this is a JFET feedback ladder, obviously. So it's doing ranging through these as well. So I was sort of trying to eliminate whether it's this JFET set or this JFET set or one of these op amps which are giving trouble. So I was getting noise here, noise here, noise here, obviously, and noise there. So I'm thinking, okay, pin 3 is noisy. It could be before it. Possible, but unlikely, because there's only really a couple of places it could really be. So I socketed U131 to try and eliminate that. I haven't tried shunting that to 0 volts yet. I could do that. I could actually maybe shunt those together and see if that gets rid of the noise. Haven't tried that yet, but the fact there's noise there made me think, well, we'll replace the op amp in case it's back feeding, because the actual there's a bit of noise there. I think I've seen op amps fail where it's back fed out the input pin. So I socketed that, replaced it with a new op amp, and it changed. It got better. The noise definitely reduced, and the offset voltage here definitely reduced, things like that. So it did actually change by a significant amount. So I think the op amp probably is faulty. What I'm wondering if maybe that op amp has potentially damaged one of these somehow. Maybe it's backfed and upset one of these JFETs. Also got these JFETs across here. Obviously they're clamps of some kind onto the guard, so the guard differential isn't too high. But yeah, it's yeah, I think because we've got noise here, obviously we're going to be seeing it somewhere else. It's in this circuit. It's on this page, right? The thing which is wrong is in here somewhere. But I thought it was going to be the op amp. It turns out it's not. Or at least it's not completely that. But yeah. It's interesting. I mean, could we have a carbon composite resistor which is a bit noisy? Possibly. I haven't looked to see if there's anything of those in this section. That could be something else. Resistor breaking down. Possibly noisy bridge. Right. Well, I checked the power supply rails, which are feeding that op amp there, and on DC and AC, millivolts, and there was nothing showing up. Doesn't mean it is completely noise free though, does it? The only real way to know is to use a scope on it, and I didn't do that. Chris did suggest I use a scope. I did the lazy way and used a multimeter, which doesn't always tell you everything. But I mean, the supplies themselves should be okay unless the regulators are breaking down. I mean, it's all recapped, so I'm not putting that very high on the list. Not now, anyway. Yeah, testing the gap. Yeah, I'll do it. I will look at that, Dave. I will look at that. Yeah. I didn't ground that pin, no, Chris. I did mention just now that I haven't done that yet. Yeah, for a while, yeah. So there's still noise on that op amp. I replaced the op amp, took it out, replaced it with another one, and it did improve quite a lot. It definitely got probably half as bad, right? And the spikes, I was seeing a noise between this point here was also half as bad. So what I was measuring reduced by about half from what I can see on the display of the actual unit as well. So just changing it up and did make a difference. But there's still noise on pin 3. There's a little bit of noise there. Not a lot, but there's some. So I'm not completely sure yet where that's from. Obviously it's not going to be a bad op amp now because we've replaced that. So we've ruled that out So it's not going to be a backfeed from that. So it has to be something in this section now. And I'm looking at Q107, Q103 as my suspects there. But yeah, as you say, grounding that pin to eliminate that path completely would definitely tell us there's something in this section. But right now, I've had enough. I've been streaming for quite a while now, and I really need coffee, and I need some lunch. So I'm going to not do any more. I didn't replace U137, I replaced U131. Try cap cost 122. That one there. Oh yeah, okay. Just reduce noise, yeah. Okay, that's something we could do too. But yeah, I'm not going to do any more right now. I really need a rest from it. You're saying I replaced U137, whichever one it was I replaced. I'm sure it is that one I did. 131. Okay. Where's the parts list? It's just a LM741 op amp. That's just selected. That's useful. Oh, interesting. 137 then. It's 137. Ah, okay. Ah. Okay, hold on. Now I'm confused. Did I misinterpret something? You're right, I did do 137. Based on that being a 741. Now I'm confused because I thought I'd already determined which one I was actually working on. Hold on. It's good job one of you guys are paying attention. Now I'm rethinking. So in that case I'm getting noise here and noise there. And I measured a lot of noise on this one. I was thinking of it backwards. I had them swapped over. Well, I was thinking 3 and 6 are linked together, which is why I was getting the same noise on both. So I was obviously looking at 6 on this one, and 3 on this one. So maybe that op amp is bad, but it's a selected op amp, apparently. Yeah. When I had that board out, remember I said I should socket that op amp as well. Yeah, I will try that, Chris. I will try it. I'm not going to do any more now. I'll probably be the next thing I'll do is just to eliminate that section. If I ground that and that noise goes away, we know it's either that op amp or something before it. The old divide and conquer thing. So yeah, I'll definitely do that. But right now, I need a coffee. I need some lunch, and I need to stop talking because my throat is getting really sore. So I'm going to call it a day. Certainly been an interesting one anyway. Certainly interesting. And I've got, I don't know, probably 80 gigabytes of footage to go through probably. Edit it down a bit. That's right. Yeah, I could put modern op amp with better performance. Yes, I need to look up what's actually in it. So was it LM353? I think it said. Hold on. Let's find out what that was actually in it. I've forgotten. I need to take the shield back off again. Of course I do. Because I put it on to help get the noise down. LF353N. And there's no marking on it or anything like that. It's nothing. There's no dots or anything like that to say it's anything particularly special. Normally when they select a part, they'll put a mark on it to say they've selected it. Like the JFETs got marks on them, for example, and got that. So they're matched. But there's nothing on this one. It's just an LF353N. So, yeah, I mean, there's a good chance I've got an op amp which is better than this one anyway on the shelf. There's a really good chance I've got lots of good op amps here. So, yeah. I think taking that, well, as I say, shorting that input pin out first and determining whether it's before or after that point might be a wise thing to do. I mean, I could even potentially measure before and after these FETs, which I'm suspicious about, to see if the noise is on this side of that FET. Because if it's being dragged, you should see noise on that side as well. So, yeah. Right, like I said, I've had enough for today. I want to go and then have some lunch and stuff. OK 187, I don't think I've got any of those. No, I don't recognise that number. I don't think I've got any. Oh, you remember those, do you, Ian? That's useful. If it's the op amp, yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've got a direction to go in, at least, you know, yeah. I'm just annoyed me that I've got mixed up at which op amp I'm actually on. And my screen just went off. Why did my screen go off? I can't see anything now. I think my monitor went to sleep. It's done that before. Where's the button gone? Come on, wake up. Here we go, I'm back. I think if it stays on for too long it goes to sleep, which is kind of irritating. Right, okay, so I'm going to call it a day and go and have a break. Then I'll come back probably and tinker some more with it. And you'll see in the final video what the outcome is. Be a mystery until then. Yeah, oh dear. Okay, it's been a longer day than I thought it was going to be. But that's alright. It's all good. As long as we're playing with electronics, it doesn't really matter. So thanks everyone dropping by. Do give us a thumbs up before we leave. And I'll catch you later on. Thanks for dropping by.